Gosh darn it. Man, I always hate when I make this mistake. I always feel guilty for that, because it's not fair to people to be like, I need you to refresh. But ultra low latency. Yeah, so it's a lot better to have a much lower latency. Okay, but while cool, so we're gonna go ahead and what is a fun way? Because I'd like to replays. Hi, Leon. Sorry about that. I'll have to continue looking into a way to fix the latency. Fix latency during stream. Can I change this when streaming? Not be changed once. Okay, yeah, so pretty much it cannot be changed once it is started. In other words, I need to make sure it's correct right from the get-go. That is that's mildly frustrating. Alrighty. So I have, I'm trying to think. We've got a very small group in here. So do we I actually have a game I would like to review. It's one of my competitive games that I ended up playing that actually recently finished up. Do y'all want me to review that, or do you want me to jump into a live game? Because, I mean, I'm up for anything. I'm mostly also figuring out... people are contacting me. Playoffs. Because, yeah, my team made it to the playoffs. So we're going to see how that goes. I think love is better. Love, life, live. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and delete this. Alright. So as much as I'd love to say, hey, that's a nice barter game because I ended up winning, that doesn't really show barter off for what they are, because that replay was mostly just I outplayed my opponent in that one niche moment, and I really don't have much time now. We're gonna do a live game. Don't have much time now. That's fine. Cool. Let's go ahead and get into one. Okay, we're playing against someone who has a lot of experience, but their rating is it's okay. We're gonna put on our game music. We're gonna go ahead and get that workshop going. We're gonna pass the turn. Next turn, we're gonna train a warrior after moving out, and then that's gonna be it. Pass the turn. This one's actually tricky. So since I have this snow tile right here, I'm going to follow the animal to go diagonally, as I don't think I'm going to be able to find what I'm looking for. It actually is right down there. We also get a glimpse of what our opponent is playing. That is a lot of fruit. We're going to hold off on our technology. So our opponent is playing as Hudrick. as much as I'd like. I'm actually going to go ahead and pick up that forestry. I'm actually going to make the more aggressive diagonal, so I make it where we're not going to get as many tiles in the north. We're going to get those resources. We're going to hunt. We're going to lumber hot. And we're going to get that explorer. Go down, go down, go down, go down, go down, go down. Yes, yes. Woo! All right, we found Hoodrick. Oh, our poor Hoodrick opponent did not get at anything at all that they would have wanted. We're going to go ahead and also train up that rider and pass the turn. Ooh, that is a bummer for them. We're going to be making some really aggressive plays towards the center. However, because they have that... We're going to go ahead and train a rider right over here. This gives us the option. We're going to go north, and we're going to go ahead and get another rider. Yeah, I probably don't need that rider, but I will say it time and again, I'm a very aggressive player. Speaking of aggression, I can't make this village mine. So we're gonna hit with the warrior first. We're gonna go down with the rider, bop bop bop, and we're gonna move north. We're gonna train another rider. We're gonna go down. I'm gonna start sending this rider north, and we're gonna get a workshop here on my new village here in the east. Workshop, because even though I've got a warrior here, he's gonna slowly go over here to the east, and I need that extra economy. So if I had my warrior go right down here onto the village, he'd be able to just move forward, use his archer and then the warrior, and then secure that trade. Or secure the, yeah, and he would win that trade. So, we're gonna buy ourselves a tiny bit more time. They're gonna be training even more archers. Which is okay. I'm okay with this. I'm gonna move this right over here. Move this right over here. Bring you down. We're gonna bring you up. Yep. And I'm actually gonna go ahead and recover this. And move this right over. The Vanguard would have won negotiates with the rest of the tribes if they had music playing in the background. Yes. Oh, we're gonna hunt. Lumber hot. Lumber hot. Resources. Do I have enough? I do not. I'm gonna need a singular rider. You know what? I'm gonna train 2 riders and we're gonna pass the turn. Alright. So we're moving this over. He's gonna use the archer and the warrior to secure the trade and against the units. And he's spamming out archers. That is okay. What I am trying to do, first off, we're gonna go ahead and see what's the best way to do this. We're gonna go down over here, bop, 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 and retreat the rider back 1 more tile. I don't think I capture all the way down. Bring this rider down. I'm gonna go ahead and grab. How much time do I got? I got 2 minutes. Organization lets me level up Grubu. Kind of want mathematics. Mathematics is greedy. I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, but there's also roads. Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up organization. 1, 2, 3. Resources. Train a warrior. Dang. How much is roads? It's kind of a bit. I'm currently on information overload right over here. Tell you what, I would love to capture this village, but I don't have the ability to. We're just going to play it safe. We're not even going to train more units in the back, and we're going to pass the turn. Yep. Alrighty, so he's going to shoot. I mean, that's more damage. Alright. So the reason why we made the play like this is this way I'm able to actually contest for this village. If I captured here, he could have gone over and then stolen it from me. And my units are kind of out of position to fight against that. Well, I guess I could have done the exact same play, except fought for this village anyways. So I guess that was technically misplay. Maybe I should have just captured. Bop-a-bop. We'll run you back, my friend. Roads. Road. Bring it over here. Rider. Bop-a-bop-a-bop. Archer. Bring our rider down. More riders. Bring you down. We're going to go ahead and capture you. And that'll do it. We're going to end the turn, start stockpiling our time bank again. Remember, time is a resource. If you can, try to save it. So I've got this rider over here. It's at 2 of 3 kills. It'd be great if it could pick off one more unit to get that veterancy bonus. We're going to go ahead and bring it over to these ruins. Ooh, find another village. More climbing mountains. So here's a fun little trick. We're going to go ahead and build a road all the way over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bop, 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 bop. Retreat you on over. Wow. Actually, I can't. 1, 2. How aggressive am I feeling? Very. We're going to road you all the way over here. Secure this kill. And... Catapults. Okay, what else do you got? Cool. We're gonna go ahead and capture. We're gonna heal. We're gonna hunt. Workshop. Move you over here. Secure the capture. I'm gonna clear this forest so that way I can hunt. Lumberhot. Resources. And rider. Alrighty. We're going to close out this game in just a little bit. I'm going to start bringing this rider back. Maybe I should have actually explored up here. See if there were some ruins. So this, at least one of these catapults, he can kill both of my riders. It's going to be a little bit before I can road my riders in, but yeah, catapults are a little bit too passive. Because at this point, okay, he's going to set up his archer. Like, I got to protect my catapults. Yeah. I don't think that's the right play. I actually am going to not capture these ruins. We're going to go onto this village. So that way I can set this up to not be an explorer. Because I don't rather not explore this little cloud. We're going to do the extra greedy thing. I'm just going to pick up climbing and go up here. We might as well capture. There's no other text for us to acquire. And even though as you all know, I am a very aggressive player, I'm actually going to not... So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to grab a road. All the way over here. Bop-a-da-bop. Bring you all the way back. Run you over here. Bop-a-da-bop. And... well, this rider's dead. We're actually going to force them to attack then. Alright, we're going to hunt. Workshop. Hunt. Fruit. And I'm going to do one more explore. He resigned. Okay. Fair enough. Well, my apologies. Benfentono? This was just a really rough situation. They had they had a much tougher position to be fighting against. But let's just do a quick little analysis just to see what they could have done better, because I don't believe in map wins. I'm always going to say that. All right, so let's take a look-see at what they could have done better. So we're going to go all the way to the start. Oh my goodness. Our poor opponent. They did the turn 0 technology pickup. All right, so that's where everything went wrong. First off, turn 0 tech pickup. They didn't do anything, and they did not go towards the center. They did, however, head towards these fruit. But I think because of how Hoodrick basically is, it's understandable for this archer not to go to the center, but you do need a warrior to go to the center, and then that your archer can protect. So really the main thing is if our opponent decided not to pick up that hunting on turn 0, they could have gotten themselves the warrior, and that warrior could have made his way towards the center and would have been able to... We're going to go ahead and reveal the entire map. His warrior would have definitely been able to pick up this village right over here, giving them at least a defensive front, and then he would have fought me for this village here just a little bit shy to the west of it. I would have had the natural advantage, but he could have had a line of warriors here in this tree line to have a natural defensive bonus, where I am at a disadvantage when it comes to trades, and this actually would have been a pretty advantageous position for Hoodrick. The issue is they've got this lake here, they've got a whole bunch of water over here, whereas I got a lot of comfy land to expand and explore on, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 villages to my name, whereas they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess you could say this one of the west we are fighting for, and then we got 1 and 1. It's okay distance between both of them, between both of us players. But I think if you just draw out the moves for everything, this village is basically mine, and I have the advantage. So that's that. That go ahead and concludes that game. We're going to go ahead and delete this. Thank you. And then we're going to go ahead and delete this. Thank you. Open. There we go. All right. So fantastic. That concludes all of those games. Now, at this point, I do actually have a game that I want to share and sort of discuss. Well, maybe I can sneak in one more live game. We'll do the... because the game that I will be analyzing is going to take like an hour. We're going to do one more live game. We're going to go ahead and accept. We're going to play as Barter. And again, I feel bad for everybody that I am going to go ahead and just play as Barter and kind of just win the game there. Alrighty, Mighty Leader. What the heck is this? I don't know what to do here. Wow, this spawn is very interesting. I'm gonna head... I think I have more land here in the north, so we're actually gonna go around these mountains. Wow, this spawn is really brutal for me. I'm gonna follow the animal when it comes to checking for the village here in... Oh no. There's a good chance I'm going to need climbing. I will need to see if there's a land bridge, because there's at least land right here or right here. This one's actually a really tough map for me to be playing on right now. Okay, so we have a village there. Yikes. What the heck is this? We're gonna wait on picking up a technology until we move that southern warrior. That way we can see, should I be going more for water technology or forestry? Because forestry would be the more expensive pickup, but it doesn't do too much for me. It doesn't give me a level 3 capital. It does get me a level 2 city here in the north. But if it can get me a potentially level 3 city in the south, then I'll consider forestry instead. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pick up that forestry. Go ahead and capture in the north. Hunting. And we're going to lumber hots. We're not going to explore as it can backfire. We're going to go ahead and pick up a workshop. And that's it. We're going to capture. We're going to end the turn. I do think I should probably explore here in the south. Alright, so while I'm waiting for my turn, and I have nothing to discuss... Ah! It's my turn! Alright, we're gonna capture. We're gonna hunt. Lumber hot. Explore. Go north. Go to the east. Further to the east. No! Well, they're none of the east. My opponent is definitely spawned in the north. Lumber hot, lumber hot, lumber hot. Improve that economy resources. We're gonna move to the north, outside of my empire. I'm gonna train a warrior to go here to the western corner of the map. That is a very large lake. Yes, indeed it is. So our opponent has spawned here in the north. How are we doing score-wise? Well, I'm ahead of my opponent. So I'm gonna go ahead and share. We're gonna copy this. I'm going to go ahead and send this link to myself. So after this game, I can open up this replay. But yes, this is a very large lake. Either that or I am on the wrong side of the lake. But we'll see. I've also got a much larger score than my opponent. They're leveling stuff up. I think they're just rushing a giant. Because they didn't get the proper amount of points for a third village. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and just pick up fishing here. We're going to go ahead, fish, lumber hot. Get that level 3. Just to explore here. And actually, I can also lumber hot, more fish. That's another level 3. Resources. I'm going to train a safety warrior here in the north, and then we're just going to pass the turn. We're training a safety warrior because if my opponent has vision of me, they can potentially use a rider at this point, kill this warrior, and then move onto this city. And I want to give them the respect and assume that they know everything that's going on. Also, at this point, there's too much snow on this entire board. They are also playing as barter, which is okay. But the whole point of us going barter, this is probably actually going to make a great barter replay to show like what you should or shouldn't do. I don't know, not really. Maybe on dry lands would be better. I'll figure something out. I'm gonna have this warrior head here towards the center. We're gonna move. Do I want to pick up climbing? Not necessarily. I'm actually gonna go ahead and pick up climbing. Probably should have waited for Bergroff. Alright, so there is a village here. I'm gonna move this warrior here on to this tile. game wants me to attack, but I'm not going to. I can also, so I can pick up mathematics. I can also pick up... Maybe I should really just try to get onto the lake a lot faster. I've got a minute to decide. I can pick up sailing, but I can't do anything with it. Do I want to just focus on the land? They have archery. My opponent has archery. They have a defensive bonus right here. So my opponent has archers. The sun is now beating in my face. Pick up riding. We're going to train a singular rider. We're going to train a warrior. And a... Oh, I wanted a rider here. Do I have a tree I can chop? I do not. So we're just going to end the turn. So I'd like to train a rider here to actually go to this village here in the southern corner of the map. Because I picked up climbing, I can actually go to this tile and get a lot of vision. But I'm assuming what they're going to do is they're going to move this warrior onto this forest over here. Or, actually, better yet, what my opponent could do, maybe have an archer right over here, move the archer to this tile. Oh, that's not far enough. What would my opponent want to do? Well, so they move this warrior onto the forest tile for defensive bonus anyways, and they're going to go ahead and train that archer. My response to that, we're going to go onto this mountain tile, and we're going to hit the archer. That's what we're going to do. Bop it bop. Okay. We're gonna move this warrior here onto this mountain. Go over here into this village. We're gonna go to the water over here. Dang. Yeah, it's actually just water blocking all of my movement, but not my opponent's. So what I actually think I'm just gonna do is consider roads. I'm gonna train a rider. Move our warrior over here. Move this rider over here. Train another rider. And we're going to go and train that rider here in the south. Is there anybody else that can attack that I want to have attack? The answer is currently no. So with that, we are going to go ahead and end the turn. Save our stars for roads. Despite having all this water, I'm going to focus on land combat. Yep, so he's going to move the archer back. He's going to use this warrior right over here to secure the kill. He does not have climbing. Nice. Are you going to train another archer? It's a mistake if you do. It's better play... Yeah, he's going to train another warrior, but he needs to consider... This is capital. I don't know how to feel about this. I feel bad. I really do feel bad in this instance. Just because it doesn't feel fair to my opponent. Are they really just stuck on a singular city and they're just picking up text? No, they're not. They've got another city actually right here. They could be training archers from this city, but their capital's only level 3. We're gonna go ahead and pick up roads. And 1, 2. No, we're gonna go ahead and capture. We're gonna put this here. We're gonna put this here. We're gonna go over here. Bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop. Retreat you back. We're gonna run you forward. Bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop. Kill with the warrior. Then we're gonna train another rider. Run you this away. Run you this away. End the turn. Yes, I am being too aggressive. They've got mathematics. Why would you go mathematics? Well, that's true. They don't have climbing, so they have no idea how much metal they've got here. A veteran swordsman. Fancy that. The warrior. Do I have enough riders? That is a veteran swordsman on a forest tile, but they don't have units to support it. They've got maybe a warrior here in the back, but they can't retreat the swordsman over. So my new goal is I need to improve my economy by a little lot. I'm going to go ahead and build this road here, build this road here. We're gonna move this swordsman forward. Bop -a -bop -a -bop. Retreat you all the way back. Road. I'm being way too aggressive with this. We're gonna road you forward. Bop -a -bop -a -bop. Road you forward. Bop -a -bop -a -bop. Road you forward. Bop -a -bop -a -bop. Road you back. Move this warrior forward. Okay, so we're safe. Then we're gonna road. Hunt. I'm gonna go ahead and workshop for that bunches of extra economy. Road you over. Hey, Wonton, how's it going? I really don't know how to tackle this one. Do I go ahead and chop Guru? I'm gonna actually move this warrior over. And how greedy am I gonna be? Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and play greedy. I'm not very good at doing chopped plays on live games. So I'm gonna go ahead and heal that archer up. So they're at least doing a lot of appropriate plays. They're gonna start making their way over to my city over here of Polytopia. But this city is mine. And that's actually a pretty important city for me to take it. I'm actually gonna... Do I want to road over this warrior over to try to pick up this village here on the east? Hey, so they picked up the village here. I actually do need to consider getting on the water right now. Actually do need to really consider getting on the water right now. Yeah, I can't get onto the water this turn. I can pick up sailing, but... We're going to go ahead and road this 1 HP rider over to the village. Do I want to pick up sailing this turn? Kind of. I think I'm going to wait a turn. I'm going to go and pick up organization. I'm going to capture Orkov in order to... We're going to harvest 3 fruits. 1, 2, I might do a chop play here. 3, we're going to go and pick up those resources. We're going to build 1 road, 2 roads. Make that connection. Population growth. We're going to harvest this fish. I'm actually going to explore. What's going on? Hey. That is a lot of beautiful vision right there. We're going to recover. And move this warrior over past the turn. There's nothing else I can do. How bad? Yeah, so that swordsman is actually kind of stumped. Which is okay. That's exactly what I want. But I really do need to consider getting onto the water a lot faster. Should I expand the borders of Orc? If I expand the borders of Orc, I make it harder for them to road forward. I kind of limit some of their water resources. I don't think it's actually good enough. I don't limit this tile. Did you play another game before this? I've actually played 2 games before this already. We're currently playing a few barter games, just as I'm looking for a barter replay for a barter video I'm currently working on. Don't know if we're having enough barter. Sorry, I missed it. That's okay. Hey, stuff happens. I've also got someone asking me to live stream earlier in the mornings, which I do plan on streaming. Well, for me, it's going to be tomorrow in the morning. So it's going to be about 12 hours from now. But yeah. So we are going to go ahead and get a couple of giants out here in just a moment. Meditation. Yeah, I'm not attacking for 5 turns, but it does open up the opportunity of philosophy. It's not happening, but it opens up the possibility. So we're going to go ahead and harvest fruit, harvest fruit. That's going to give us our first super unit, which is going to allow us to harvest fruit, to Park of Fortune. Do I do border growth? I want to make it harder for them to road forward. So I am going to go ahead and do a border growth. It's not that great of a play because I can't easily make another giant here at this city. But it does let me... I'm going to go ahead and heal you up. I guess I should not manually click that. We're going to go ahead and level this city up twice. We're going to do that workshop, harvest fruit, lumber hot, resources, train a rider. Do I really? I'm just saving. I'm going to save my stars. Yeah, I think I just saved my stars here. I'm going to harvest this fruit. So we've got a couple of very strong defensible points, and I think next turn we're going to pick up sailing and... probably level up Orc for city walls. We're going to make the assumption that our opponent can road forward. They just built roads. Okay. Cool. So, they got roads. The best answer I could do is just start spamming... I just need to start spamming riders. They have their own riders. City walls at Orc's going to do me nothing. I'm just going to be serious about that, because even if I get city walls, this catapult and this swordsman easily siege it. So we're going to have this warrior go ahead and hit. We're going to run up all the way over here. Bop, 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 retreat this rider back, secure the kill. I need you to heal. I need you to move forward right over to here. We need this giant actually in that spot right over there. What can you give me? Schwarzman. Beautiful. That is a beautiful capture from me. Let's start moving this rider back. Maybe I should have moved it forward. Meh. We're actually going to just start moving this move forward ever so slowly. Rider, and warrior. I've already got 41 seconds. With my 41 seconds, we're going to do a whole bunch of lumber hots over here. Just to level this up. Population growth. As there's no point in me getting that. I'm going to end the turn. There's no point in me expanding the borders. It actually only makes it worse. If I actually did a better job at counting over here, I could have considered a monument. No, a sawmill instead, not a monument. And then I could have chopped it. Got multiple roads. Let's get a road the warrior forward, and then we've got this catapult in a very strong position, but it is time for me to get onto that water. Now notice, since there's an animal right over here, we actually know there's a village on this singular space right here. Also because of this coastal tile here and this coastal tile here, there has to be a village right here. Or at least there's a single spot of land. And the only reason there's land there is for villages. Alright, so then for their first giant, they're going to go ahead and start spamming out monuments. I actually need to pick up sailing this turn, and we need to start getting onto the water. I can unsiege Orc just fine, but we're gonna slowly giant push over here. It's not gonna go super well for us though. If I had archers, I could actually ping this catapult. I'm gonna move you forward over here. Rider forward. Bop, 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 bop. We're gonna retreat you all the way back. We're gonna rider forward right over here. Bop, 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 bop. Bring you back. Do you have any kills? Do you have any kills? No, neither of you have kills. So we're just gonna bring you forward. Bop, bop, bop. Retreat you back. Warrior. Warrior. We're going to heal both of those. We're going to go ahead and pick up that sailing technology that is oh so necessary for me. Fishing. Population growth. Warrior. Capture. Clear forest. I could have chopped this tree instead. Harvest fruit. Don't care about exploring at this current moment. We're going to leave that Schwarzman there. And there's no more units for me to train. Pass the turn. We're actually probably going to get double siege right here at Orkov and Orc. We have our giant that can unsiege at Orc. But the reason I'm about to say we're about to get double siege is this warrior's going to go ahead and hit, and then this rider's going to zip on forward and then siege Orktov. Or at least that's the optimal play I would be pursuing. So now he also has climbing, so he gets to have vision of all this right over here. He's going to go and do that siege. So we're losing a lot of the stars, but as long as we start going onto the water right down here in the south, we can kill this catapult and then prevent the rest of their sieges over here on this land bridge near the center. This giant's going to be heading over here to Orkov, which we can always unsiege with a giant's push anytime we want to because we have sailing. Nice plan. Thank you. It's not perfect, but it's going to work just fine. I can actually kill this warrior as well and make it more difficult for them to siege Orktov again. As for Orc, I can unsiege. We're going to secure this kill right over here. Bring you back. Rush you forward. Bop, 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 bop. Run you all the way back. We use our 10 HP rider so we can kill the 4 HP. Can I secure the kill? I actually cannot. So I need the giant to go ahead to unsiege. Warrior. We're going to go ahead and make a second port. Get the giants here. Push onto the water. Go here onto the water. And we're going to create this port here. The Grand Bazaar! Resources. That was actually not intentional. I was not counting. We're going to go ahead and just move that warrior over. And let's just create some riders defensively. And let's go ahead and just poke the archer just to make things more difficult for them. Rush this rider back and end the turn. Alright, now we have 3 boats onto the water. We're going to be able to kill and make these catapults absolutely useless in just a moment. That's what most of our resources are going to be spent for next turn. So he's moving this giants forward in order to consider sieging Orktov right here on the northwestern side of the map. He's actually shooting down my giants, bringing it down to 14 health. The warrior's not going to be able to siege, but it's making my giant be put in a very uncomfortable position where the giant's not going to be able to defend or do any attacks very much next turn. However, because of the supports from the sea, this giant's going to be doing just fine, and we're actually going to start being able to rush the rest of these units forward, and we're going to siege Lenork on this next turn. I'm going to go ahead and get a giants there at Grok at the northern city corner of the map. Training a warrior probably would have been better as a rider. Training a unit in the back. So we're going to be buying 3 ships. Actually, yeah, I need ships. 2 ships, 1 boat. Oop, I need more units now. So all of these need to be ships. You're a ship. You are a ship. You are a ship. We're gonna move you over here. Attack there. Run you over here. Attack the catapult. Run you over here. Attack this catapult. We are gonna move our giant back. Oh, and he resigns. Okay, so how we were going to finish this turn off was we were going to move this giant. I was actually going to move it back on the forest, but that gave me an extra moment to just kind of collect and think. We're going to rush this rider forward to sacrifice its in. We are going to rush this rider forward, secure this kill, rush it back, rush this. Oh, that one was a mistake. That one was actually a mistake. Okay, so I did it in the wrong order. Or we clear this forest so that way we can rush over here, and this rider can move down. We're gonna road you forward. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's the archer! I can't do anything about that archer. Pop it, pop it, pop. Bring you back. Bring you forward. Warrior. Bring you on over. Giant onto the water. You onto the water. You over here. Start unveiling the clouds. And yeah, this... Sacrifice the warrior in. We don't train a warrior in this case. Rider. Rider. Warrior. Warrior. Rider. And there. That would have been basically the end of the turn right over there. So, this city here on this little peninsula, Lenorc, don't know if I need to explain it, but this city is basically done. The only thing that really could be done to help prevent this is he needs to be able to do a giant push. The city's currently level 3. You can build a couple of... A forest, sawmill, allows you to expand the borders. Which is actually not too bad. Expanding the borders gives you access to these trees right over here. Ooh, better play. Lumberhot, sawmill, lumberhot, fruit, expand borders, and then 1, 2, you're short 1. Wow. You wouldn't be able to giant push right over here in Lenorc very easily. They'd have to be able to pick up sailing. Yeah. So that was a pretty close game. It actually was a lot closer than I expected. That was pretty well played. I'm just curious about how that one had started. That one's actually a really good game to sort of display like a, this is not it. That one's a pretty good game to sort of display how well Barter plays. So we're gonna go ahead and turn that replay fog on. Our opponent, using the Bergdorf skin. Oh no! Alright, so I am aware that a general rule is you should always head towards resources. Barter at least knows that there's most likely not a village here heading directly to the center, but they could still follow this animal towards the center to try to secure a village. Because yes, there's most certainly a village here in the northern corner of the map, but this, I don't know why players keep doing this. So our opponent spams warriors in all directions. Yeah, and then they get to see that they're cut off land-wise this way. So yeah, that would have been very unfortunate for them to have gone onto the animal, because this is following every single rule they should for fighting their first village. But it still would have put them in a better position. Because their next warrior would be able to head partially this way. They'd find me. Yeah, so our opponent really was just in a tough spot right from the get-go. They did a pretty good job considering, so... The issue is they ended up spawning a lot of warriors. And here's the question. You have 4 warriors. What do these 4 warriors do? Well, this warrior is clearly going to go to this village. This warrior is clearly going to explore south towards the center of the map, finally, to try to figure out, okay, what's in this direction. But what about these 2 warriors? Level of the capital, get those resources. They do nothing. You want to avoid having units doing nothing. Like, in my instance, this warrior is exploring the southern corner of the map. This warrior is exploring towards my opponent. This warrior is doing I respect your possibility that you may be able to rush a rider forward. This one is exploring into the corner. But if you're having multiple units having to protect your borders, I'm sorry, but you're just in a bad spot. Archer was not a good pickup here. He has a catapult. Okay, so you got a very early mathematics, and he's wanting to rush. See, but this map does not support giants. You got mountains everywhere. This would have been a perfect game to go, okay, we're going to go up forestry, level all these up. I've got a level 4 forge spot, a level 3 forge spot, or at least potentially. This definitely would have been a game to definitely consider claiming. Because he could have gone swordsman. Swordsman would have been very strong for them this game. He would have had giant swordsmen. I don't know. They are actually just in a tough spot, but look, this is probably one of the only places they can really put a sawmill. We're trying to make our aggressive play because I'm too aggressive of a player. They're going to use the swordsman correctly to just explore towards me, find that village, ensure they don't have vision. So I throw all of my units in because I'm trying to weaken the swordsman. Not because I'm trying to kill it, I'm trying to make it to where, sure, they have archers, but they don't have archers in this area. And even with my limited vision, I know that my opponent does not have archers. We turn off shared fog. Like, if you look at this, they have archers over here. They don't have a village all the way over here. There's no way they have archers right here in the center of the map. So I know that I can reduce this swordsman to secure this village for myself way easier. So that's the whole reason I threw all my units into that. Slowly expanding, so this warrior's doing what it needs to do, but look at all these units. I mean, they're slowly moving forward, but they're not doing much. Chooses to go with the workshop instead of an explorer. This would have been a golden opportunity for my opponent to have picked up an explorer. So we turn off the shared fog. Captures. 1, 2. Workshop. Yeah, sure, it would have gone towards the south, but you need to know, okay, where are you at? See if you can try to rush me towards the southern corner of the map, cut me off, and then just have a village advantage. Swordsman doesn't kill with 1 blow. It is pointless to reduce health. You're not wrong on that. But I'm trying to make it harder for my opponent to consider a siege. But yeah, you're not wrong about that. I probably didn't need to throw all those units in. This was a live game, to be fair. But I was just trying to reduce the swordsman in case, because if he... the other thing I was kind of trying to consider, I guess I could have waited another turn, is if he could have killed the warrior. So yeah, I mean, it really probably would have been better not to just focus hitting that swordsman. So yeah, single archer would still be enough. Yeah, you're right that a single archer would still be enough. And yeah, I don't even have the proper units to counter. But yeah, so this one, they go ahead and pick up their warriors, or they go ahead and level up their city to level 3, get those stars, and then they do nothing with the stars. My opponent's not being aggressive enough, so I'm going to go ahead and use this golden opportunity to expand my economy. Try to get as much star income as possible. We're going to go ahead and do an explore, find out that they're stuck here in this peninsula on the center of the map, but they still have the center of the map. They go ahead and pick up their roads. They're on their way towards their giants. I get meditation from ruins. Let's just clarify that. Whoops, my bad. Border growth to make it more difficult for them to rush towards this city, as since I know that I'm going to be wanting to focus a lot of defense here on Orc, I want to make it even more difficult for them to try to siege 2 cities at once. So even though expanding the borders makes it to where I can't easily get a giant here at Orktopf, I did want to make it harder for them to siege. Now, to be fair, a giant is very difficult to overcome, but since I already knew that they had a catapult, I didn't want to have to rely on that giant for unsieging. Though, counterpoint, I could have brought the giant back and then just have it defensively unsiege. But I really do prefer having the expanded borders. That's kind of a personal preference, and that also depends on the game that you're playing. The last thing to consider... Okay, I need to put this on silent, my bad. My favorite nephew is reading Good Night Moon. He's learning how to read. Is I didn't want to give them the opportunity of expanding their borders, making it difficult for me to siege their capital. Though, at this, with the way the game went, it ends up being pointless. I could have counted everything over here a little bit better. So, if I want to consider going sawmills, I need, because we're not expanding the borders here, like, it doesn't matter which style we do. There's no point in me expanding the borders. So I need 6 pops, because 3 pops on the next level. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7. So I could have chopped 1 tree, this one right here, and we would have been just fine at Orc Guguru on the sort of the southern side of the map. So I could have chopped 1 tree and had 1 more star to be spending on something else. Let's see. And then, so the reason even though it didn't level it up, the reason why I went ahead and collected that fruit is my opponent could have stepped on it and prevented me from collecting the fruit if I needed to do a giant push. Even though they were most certainly going to constantly block this tile. Do you know if Galadro joined this stream? Don't know. But it'd be cool to see Gala again. Gala is pretty good when it... Gala is definitely very good. Oh yeah, that's right, they're a pro player. Of course they're good. Let's see, I'd love to see y'all play again. Yeah, I mean, I'm really sad that our game ended up being mostly a spawn win for me. And they went with the safer play, which ended up costing them the game of trying to go to the outside of the map. Yeah, so my opponent goes ahead and starts getting the giants, and they're going to be able to start spamming out even more giants. Honestly, this is a very beautiful setup. Sending this catapult here on the edge of the lake, it's able to cover so much territory, and I can't get to this catapult easily. The only thing that'll make this catapult put in a really bad spot is if I can get a catapult right here where they don't have vision, which because of the way they were moving, I was certain they didn't have vision. Roading an archer forward to this tile where the giant currently is to be able to shoot the catapult, bring it down to 5 and make it nearly useless, or I actually bring it down to 1. Or with ships and boats. And we know which route I ended up opting for. go ahead and get that population bonus. Get ready for a giant push next turn. Yeah, I didn't need to chop this forest over on the Guru on the western corner of the map. I could have chopped the forest at on the southeastern side of the map, and I still would have been just fine, and I could have had a city level up with mathematics. So they go ahead and get that double siege going. We're going to go ahead and unsiege everything. Sadly, we have to use the giants that I was trying to avoid using, but that's what the giants is there for, is to protect my city. Get those resources going. We're going to zoom out just a little bit. And I go ahead and poke that archer to say, hey, I really don't want this archer hitting me. Now, a giant can one-shot a warrior on a city. So there's absolutely no way I can stop the siege against this giant on this upcoming turn. The only thing I can do is kill the giant outright or get ready for a giant push. Luckily, I have sailing, so since I know my opponents can't block all the sea tiles, I am very easily going to be able to giant push on my next turn. Using all of my boats, I almost, I forgot about this archer right over here. I almost managed to get a siege on Lenore. I bet if I had more time, I could have actually gotten a siege out. So let's, I actually want to take a quick look-see. We're gonna wait for the boats. So I need, if I really want to get the siege on Lenore, I need to kill this archer. I need to kill this warrior, but not with the giant. And I need to kill the catapult that is on Lenore, as well as weaken the catapult right here that is on the forest tile. So I need 2 hits, 3 hits, 2 hits with boats. Well, in this case, because of distance required, it's going to have to be ships. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I can kill the catapult on Lenore using these 2 boats right over here. I do need to kill this warrior. So no matter what, we're moving the giants back. Nope, you need to kill catapult on the city, weaken the other one, and slide the rider. That is correct. The goal is we need to slide the rider in by killing the catapult on the forest. But we still need to kill... Well, I guess I don't need to kill the archer, because I just need to kill the warrior. Yeah, so I needed to use these 2 boats to kill the catapult, and don't need to kill the archer for that. You're right about that. Thanks for bringing that up. So just to reduce how much damage I'm taking, so we move the giant back, bring the boat forward. We're going to hit the warrior, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can only use all of these riders right over here, and some of them have already pre-weakened. Also, you need to upgrade just 1 boat to achieve this goal. Sadly, I actually need to upgrade all of them. You're not wrong about damage, but the issue is distance. Because all of these boats, since I do not have navigation, all of the boats need to travel at least 3 spaces. Actually, you're right. This boat over here only needs to travel 2. Yeah, you're right about that. So this boat did not need... The swordsman boat did not need to upgrade. Notice, it'll be a lot easier to notice these sort of plays in a not live game. If you just draw everything out, you can figure that out. So actually this... we're going to bring this back just 1. This swordsman did not need to upgrade, as it can go 1, 2, and it can poke the catapult on Lenore. Move this boat all the way forward to kill the boat on Lenore, and then I think personally I'd still go ahead and upgrade this boat to a ship just to weaken the warrior. Though I guess I actually don't need to. I only need to ping it just a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot. You could definitely optimize this. So we can actually bring this back 1 more action. We only need to upgrade 1 ship. So I could have saved 10 stars there. Like, if we take a look at this, we can easily min-max this. Now, it's difficult in live games, but if you practice this sort of stuff slower on your free time, you'll have an idea of what to do during your live games. And that's also why it's important to figure out, like, play sequences and patterns. But yeah, so actually we did only need 2, because even with all these riders were kind of weakened But I need, if I have 2 full health riders to be able to hit the warrior here. We could have sieged Lenorc. Yeah, we could have at least sieged Lenorc, but we wouldn't have been able to hold the siege. Or maybe. So this rider here on Guguru would have to hit, and I don't remember the math. It really depends on how the math turns out. But I actually could have definitely sieged Lenorc this turn. 100%, the math is right there. If you want to take a screenshot and try to draw everything out, you 100% can, but I could have sieged Lenorc this turn. Ah, man. Alright, but that was a fun game. ELO slowly climbing up. Not that it really matters, but... you'll need 3 units for warrior no matter what. Yeah, pretty much. Cool. So at this point, I guess I went ahead and sent myself the replay of one of the Junior Cup games that my team ended up playing. And this one was very interesting. They were actually saying, like, nah, I should have lost, but even after we ended up playing it out, no, I ended up winning the game. It was... Let's see, tell me replays. Hold on. Mine looks like I'm... Oh, shoot, I'm skipping frames. Okay, so we're losing latency a little bit. Wow, it really looks like, Alright, so OBS, what are you having issues? Skipped frames due to encoding lag. Alright, well, I'll have to research that. I mean, it's reducing the speed by 1%, but we went from no latency to now we've got a lot of latency going on right now. Oh man, that's disgusting. Yeah. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and bring up one of the games that my team ended up playing. I'm going to bring it back just ever so slightly. So, Polychamp games, for those who are unaware, they are team games, and this one is the Junior Cup, and they are all 2 versus 2 games. You're not allowed to have duplicates on your team, so these 2 Yadaks are definitely playing against each other. But they're allowed to be 2 duplicate tribes randomly. Now, I love Quetzali, and so I'm like, look, I'm mostly doing this for fun. That doesn't mean I'm going to try to lose, but if I can, I want to be playing Quetzali. Because Quetzali is the tribe that I play. So, I'm Quetzali. I'm going to go ahead and bring up all the opponents. I am player 1. Then we have Gradak, Gradok, Math, and Reddish. We've actually got a very strong lineup of players. Everybody here has really high ELO, except for me. But I don't try hard enough. So, yeah. But my teammate is gonna be the white Yadak over here. He is reddish, and our opponents are going to be Cymanti and Yadak over here, spawning in the western and the northern corners of the map. Now, one thing to notice is this ended up being not a fair map at all, at least for my ally. Reddish is a pretty good player, but he got put in one of the worst positions right from the get-go. And we'll see exactly how that goes quite later on. We're going to start everybody's initial turns. Of course, everybody's doing their starting plays. I go ahead and move the defender forward. We've got excellent resource diversity, which means I've probably got excellent city density. So I'm not going to have to worry too much about that. Then Gradak gets to go. The traditional play for Yadak, which is to road, warrior forward, finds the first village. Beautiful spacing right over there. And heading towards their ally, so that way if they need to, they can hold their back. Saimanti moves their shaman, goes ahead and goes with the fun guys, traditional Saimanti play. Now, Saimantis can start off in so many different ways, and I don't play Saimanti enough to know which way is the best way. But this is not the way I probably would have done it. This is, for me, it is too passive. You're moving the shaman backwards, which is basically saying, okay, we're probably going to be creating warriors, using this shaman to boost those warriors, and those warriors are going to be doing the exploring for me. But here's a good question to ask, is what if the shaman went here to this forest tile with the animal? Because you could still be doing the exact same thing, but the shaman would be closer to the front lines, which is a scary thing, but it's a lot easier for you to boost frontline units when the shaman's already there near the front. And plus the shaman can get some good mind conversions if your opponent misplays. And then my ally, the White Yadak, is going to go ahead and road forward, finds his first village, also finds a ruin. Now, a lot of the action is actually going to be happening here on the northeastern side of the map, which is kind of a no biggie because two enemies are going to be fighting for this village and this ruin right away. This is going to be a very intense fight right from the start of the game. Gonna be able to find my first village, and again, I've got wonderful village density. This is honestly the Quetzali dream, and it, like, you can easily compare this to Barter. If Barter's villages are all spawned together like this, they're gonna look a lot like this. It's because they have the same spawning pattern, except for Quetzali has a 1% chance for crops instead of a 0%. Do you have shared vision with ally during game? No, you do not. But what ends up happening throughout these games, and let me see if I can, let me go ahead and pull it up. But what is encouraged is you have 24 hours to take these turns. And that's 24 hours for you to take your turn, and then your ally also has 24 hours to take their turn. It also helps account for life, because as we all know, we're not all kind of in the same area. Like, I'm in Texas, so a lot of people on the stream are actually nowhere near that, believe it or not. And I need to go to the archived games because it's already gone. No! Oh no, the chat got deleted. Alrighty, so because the game is already won and there's nothing else being done, the chat got deleted and it was not archived, which that's okay. I mean, I still have the images on my phone, but I'd have to go way far back in those. But pretty much, and I can also teach this. I'm planning on making a video for people looking into getting into team games. Is you take screenshots. So you and your ally both take screenshots. You send them to one person, and then the person puts the screenshots together to create basically the shared vision. So pretty much all throughout the game, we're sharing screenshots to go like I'm in this corner, he's in this corner, so we know that they're going to be in the northern corner and the western corner. And we're trying to find the most optimal path in order for us to get to see each other. But yes, we are constantly sharing vision, and I can definitely do a stream. It's going to be a Photoshop stream though, if I show how to do that, but that's okay. So the excitement is going to happen right here, right from the get-go. However, the Red Yadak has the clear advantage. They're going to be able to pick up their first village right over here, right next to their capital, and they're going to be able to see, okay, we have ruins and we have a village. Which one are you going to take? You're going to take the village or you're going to take the ruins? And you're only allowed to have one. But whichever one you take, I'm going to have the other, which immediately puts my ally in a terrible position. So Saimanti So Symanti walks their shaman away and does goes for the insanely passive route of they're gonna go ahead and move the shaman to find the village in the back. Now me, I will say this time and time again, I'm an aggressive player. I'd rather boost this warrior and then rush that warrior forward on the following turn. And then have the warriors safely run forward, and then the shaman can later go to this back village and explore safely. And you're actually going to see that because they failed to do the aggressive play I'm suggesting, what's going to cost them very early on in this fight. So my ally is going to go ahead and instead of going backwards, because sure, we can try to look to see if there's a village here in the back, but there's no resources here in the back. Maybe there's a village, but we need to win this fight for this village. So he's going to go ahead and move on to the village and move his warrior over, so he's going to be able to contest. Again, nothing for me to explain right here. Quetzali Dream, beautiful village density. It only gets better from here. Yadek is completely distracted because he's going to go ahead and capture, trains a warrior, bop-a-da-bop. For some reason, decides to attack. Now, we know why they decide to go ahead and attack, is they're trying to say, look, if you just capture, I'm going to use this warrior to kill your warrior and then take this village from you, and there's nothing you can do about it. But our opponents were actually not planning ahead. They should have just moved their warrior onto the ruins and passed the turn. That would have been the most optimal play for them to do there. Yes, they're going to give up the village. That village is gone. They're not going to be able to do that, but they're better off trying to save the resources elsewhere. Symanti is going to go ahead and start moving everything forward, and again is not moving towards the center of the map. So Symanti is playing very passively. So what's going to happen right over here? The best play, use the full health warrior to go ahead and kill the weakened warrior, capture the village, train another warrior, because you better believe that they're about to be throwing another warrior to try to siege this village. And we actually ended up discussing and having them pick up writing. The reason we had them pick up writing is, look, if we can slowly skew this into your advantage, then you'll be okay. Maybe it would have been better off to go organization instead, because organization would allow them to level up both of their cities, improve their economy, and then gone a warrior instead. That's just we did a lot of discussion, and again, the issue is I'm very aggressive, and I convinced them about the writing play. Did I? Hold on. I don't have chat logs anymore. The chat was already deleted. So gonna go ahead and take the ruin. And we go with the aggressive rider play as, okay, you're gonna be fighting for this. Let's try to secure this for you and hopefully get those ruins, because what this rider does is it allows us to unsiege the city over here and then just train a warrior instead of locking it up with another warrior and being pop capped. That's the idea. I get a beautiful organization level up, and we're gonna get that explorer going. Get all of that vision. Immediately find their Yadek player, allowing me to level up my capital, get a workshop, even more economy. Red Yadek actually ends up picking up climbing. A very interesting play, but that climbing is going to make it to where if we want to fight any of these units, it's gonna be very costly. It's gonna be very difficult to kill his units off. But again, this ends up being an aggressive play where it's sort of like a defensive aggressive play. We can't really kill their warriors very easily on the mountains, but their economy is stagnant. Gonna train another warrior. Symanti, capturing, and then just moving the warriors out. These guys would have been even further out if they were boosted by the shaman instead, and he would actually be almost at this village. but that's going to allow me to do what I need to do in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and secure those kills. Bop with the rider, kill with the warrior, train a new warrior to protect it. Again, very aggressive plays. I get to go hunting. We're going to level up my capital to improve my economy, get more resources, pick up the new city, and we're going to go with another explorer. The goal is I really want to meet my ally. The biggest reason why I'm picking up Quetzali, embassies. If I can get early diplomacy, I can send an embassy to my ally and then boost his economy that much further. That would allow him to be spamming out more riders, and then he's going to just win this fight all the way over here. Where's it going to go? It's going to be exploring to the north. Come on. No, to the north. A little bit further. We get to see right over there. Oh. Just shy. If we turn off shared fog, I have almost full vision of the entire map. Yes, that's 2 explorers, but all of my cities are already able to nearly afford all the riders that I'm going to need. I'm going to be able to level up Wop. And then I have all the economy I need to just spam out riders for a few turns. And the very sad truth is I was 1 cloud away of being able to very easily see my ally this game. If the explorer had gone to the east just 1 more tile, I would have been able to meet my ally, and we would have been able to trade embassies. Giving my ally a much better advantage versus their Yadak player. So we're going to go ahead and turn that shared fog back on. Yadak is going to go ahead and continue to contest for those ruins. And this is just that move. Put a healthy warrior right over there. And let that be. And heal the warrior up. Try to just slowly bide their time with more warriors. Symanti is going to be getting that level 3 star boost. Moving their shaman backwards again. There's nothing for this shaman to find here in the back. Like, we can at least have the idea that, okay, you know what? Going for this village in the back corner, not a big deal. There is nothing, absolutely nothing for the shaman here in the back. All this shaman's going to ever be able to do is boost this one city. It is a huge waste of time and resources for the singular shaman. And again, this is going to end up costing Symanti quite a bit. All the tension right over here between both Yadaks. So I think that we ended up doing the best play we could, which is move the warrior over, bop, road to connect, rush the rider over, and then train another warrior. We are aware that this warrior is going to just move forward to kill this warrior and then end its turn, but now we are slowly winning that tempo, which is the whole point of this rider play. If we can get another rider here in the back, okay, maybe we can start turning this into our advantage. I end up just moving this defender forward, training a rider, passing the turn, as I have full vision of what's going on over here, and I already know what I plan on doing. So there goes the optimal play, kills the warrior, roads this warrior forward, which we can't do anything about, and trains another warrior, because if you could just keep throwing units in and keep killing off Reddish's units, we're in trouble. But as long as we keep doing all of our plays optimally, I can't speak, optimally over here on his side, he's going to be fine. Now, mind you, Reddish is actually distracted with something happening in real life. He had exams, so they had very limited time, even though there's 24 hours, very limited time for them to take their turns. Alright, Symanti is going to go ahead and level up, get climbing, so that way he can go onto the ruins and put his shaman in a better position and pick up those hexapods to fight here for the center. Now let's get back to the exciting part. Let's go ahead and move this warrior back, get the trade, secure the kill, bring the rider back, train another rider, and now we're in a much better position to be fighting next turn. The issue is both of his units are very weak. I'm going to go ahead and level up Wop, get those bonus stars, improve my economy, move the defender So I moved the defender into this spot, mostly for the plan of what I'm going to be doing next turn. And we're going to be seeing that right away. So Yadak is going to go ahead and start moving down to claim this village here just to the south and have the city advantage versus my ally. And it's going to be very easy for them to start snowballing their economy forward with just a singular road, level up their capital, and build a workshop when it is their turn next turn. Symanti claims the ruins and gets a swordsman. That swordsman is going to cause me a lot of troubles this game. Going to go ahead and claim that city, claim 2 cities, and pass the turn. Back to the big excitement. How does this turn get played out? So we're going to go ahead and claim those ruins. No, wait, no, we're not. We're going to kill that warrior, level up this rider, so that way we can claim the ruins for ourselves. Hopefully it's a swordsman, because that's what all of this fighting here was for the swordsman. However, one minor misplay happened. So the rider hits. The minor misplay was right here. We didn't have time to discuss this one, and he was almost about to run out of time, so this turn was rushed. Alright, this attack here is correct, but this warrior needs to move to this tile first so the rider can move to a better tile and heal up and also be on a road, because the benefits of riders is their mobility. Instead, moves back first. And that puts them all the way in this corner, where now they're basically trapped by the trees unless we build a road with 2 stars. Stars that my ally cannot spare right now, as they only have 3 stars of economy on turn 6. Secures the kill, gets the rider, trains a warrior. This would have been a little bit better if this rider was right here on this forest tile, so they could heal a lot more on their turn. And here is where the big exciting play for me finally happens, as I'm already expanding kind of everywhere onto the board. Pick up roads. First rider zips in, ba-ba-da-ba-da-bop, moves it back. Second rider, ba-ba-da-ba-da-bop. And then the defender secures the kill. And at this point, there is nothing that Symanti can do. This village is mine. Because this hexapod decided it had to go further south. I don't know why it wanted to go south. If this hexapod was just right over here so it could be boosted by the shaman, my opponent could have actually unsieged this city. But in order to help prevent that, I'm going to go ahead and move this rider forward to say, hey, you know what? If you really want to try to secure the kill, you're going to have to kill this rider first. And make it a lot harder for them. However, if we know that this hexapod is over here to be boosted, I believe a boosted hexapod and a single warrior can still go ahead and kill the defender. And then I would have been in a very terrible spot. Actually, so I was trying to score count Symanti, but because of the ruins and all that, I ended up losing track of their score. But I'm going to go ahead and take a look-see. Wow, Discord is just so laggy on my computer for no reason. All right, so we're gonna go to bot commands, and I'm gonna do a quick. All right, so calculate. So a hexapod boosted and a warrior versus a defender. The defender lives. Yeah. So the defender could live, but he could, well, if they did the wrong play and attacked with the, attacked the rider. So they can actually unsiege this city, but it'll cost them basically everything. But this city is very important, and the fact that I conquered it is a really big deal when it comes to this game. So, Rider, or the Warrior, moves forward, secures the kill. Warrior moves forward, hits the Rider with a bop-a-bop-a-bop, and secures the city, because at this point needs the city advantage. I believe they're gonna build a singular road. Nope, they trained 2 warriors. They would have been better off building a single road this turn, I think, just to improve that economy. Cymante's turn, and now Cymente is now in panic mode. They go ahead and level up this city so that way they can get and explore, see everything that's going on. And they're going to actually try to find their ally with this explore so that way they can get even more stars. They found their borders. They actually did not end up getting that meeting bonus. But they now are able to tell their ally, hey, you got a village back there, go claim it. But yeah, they really wanted those stars that turn. But now the shaman is finally in position and it can start boosting the Cymente units. Gonna go ahead and get a boost on the hexapod, a boost on the swordsman, and then that's gonna be the end of the turn. My ally is now just in a bad spot. I'm gonna go ahead and level up the capital with claiming the ruins. It's gonna give them the workshop. And mathematically, so this is a veteran. Oh wait, no, it couldn't attack because it was claiming the ruin. But we really wanted to claim the ruins. We were really gambling on the veteran swordsman. But now my ally is in not the best, is not in a great position. But I'm in a much better position. I'm gonna go ahead and take Cymente City. And I now win the land bridge. I'm going to go ahead and claim another city. Start connecting everything with roads. This is about to get out of control very fast. We're going to get more resources. We're going to road our rider forward because even if they decide, hey, we're going to start roading forward, this city is mine and there's nothing they can do to stop that. And I am a couple of steps away from the Grand Bazaar, and I'll be able to throw a giant at Yadak in just a moment and support my ally. So they're going to go ahead and move their warriors over here. They're going to go ahead and Kith and get that meeting bonus. Kill their warrior off. Level up their capital because they built a road. And move their warriors forward. Killing all of my allies' units. Oh yeah, the misplay was moving their unit down here onto this tile where it could be hit instead of just this corner over here. Should have just moved on this corner right over here. So one funny little bit is I'm about to have a very explosive turn. So we get to see this is turn 8 and how many actions were done on this one, and then you can just see turn 9. I'm about to be doing a lot on my next turn. So Cymente is actually going to be rushing everything forward. Hexapod rushes forward, the swordsman rushes forward, and is going to go ahead and siege my city. They want their city back. There's absolutely no way that I can unsiege that city. I do not have enough units to kill the veteran swordsman, as it requires 5 riders, pretty much fully healthy. I've only got 2, so we're not killing that swordsman. I need another solution. My ally is going to go ahead and kill, train a warrior. We're pretty much just on survival mode right over here. It is my turn! And this is going to be one of the most explosive turns in the entire game. That honestly sets the tone for the rest of this game. We're going to go ahead and... the first thing on the turn is... the fun guy levels up, giving me 1 pop. That's actually a really big deal. I connect a road. That gives me 1 more pop. Wait, 2 pops? Hold on. I'm doing math wrong. Why does it give me 2? Math is weird. But I go ahead and connect. Then we get that level 3 bonus, resources. We're going to go ahead and pick up forestry, as it is going to be required for what is about to happen. You see all these trees? If you guys like trees, you may want to look away. Chop, 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 chop. We're going to capture our first city right over here, Exia. We're going to connect Wop Wop to our capital. That is now 3 city connections. We're going to connect Waskatek over to our capital. That is 4 city connections. Level up our capital with a population boost. Connect Exia to our capital. And then 1 lumber hut in order to get a monument. So now we have 2 monuments available to us just in a singular turn thanks to chopping. We have the Metropolis, which is going to give us 3 pops to a city. And we have the Grand Bazaar, thanks to the network. There's going to be another 3 pops to a city of my choice. If only there was any cities that needed 6 pops right away. We're going to go ahead and attack. Bop, 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 bop. 1, 2, 3. 1. Population growth. 2, 3. That's his giant. And we giant push that swordsman right off the city. We have now saved our city from being sieged from a swordsman. And given ourselves a little bit of more of a defensive position against Cymanti, putting Cymanti in a bad spot. On top of that, more chopping! Chopping more trees. We're going to level up Waskatek. Chop, chop. Level up Exelia. And we're going to do an explore. Wait a minute. Explore why? We are exploring because we specifically are trying to meet our ally. If we go ahead and take a look at our allies view, we know that, okay, we're not going to be able... This is a big lake right over here. We're not going to be able to connect through that. So there's definitely water right here at this corner. But explorers, the way they work, within 4 tiles, they're always going to be traveling towards the closest fog. If there are multiple ones nearby, they're going to pick one at random. The explorer is going to first go to this fog tile to reveal it and go, okay, I need to reveal this tile because this is the closest one I can reach. So it's going to move up to this tile right over here, revealing this tile. This tile is most likely not going to be a land tile, so that should be the end of its movement. We're really banking on that. Next, right over here, we've got 1, 2. This tile right over here is the next closest tile. So it's going to go 1, 2, reveal this tile. After that, these 2 tiles down here are going to be the next closest, just a couple spaces away. So it's going to travel down to this space to reveal these 2 tiles. Then after that, the next closest fog tile that it can reach is 1, 2, 3, 4. There's nothing over here. 1, 2, 3. So we'll be able to reveal these tiles and then randomly decide from that point on. And with this move, we finally meet our ally that we were so desperately trying to meet this entire game. And as Quetzali, I could do the biggest honor and send them a peace treaty. Which, I mean, it sounds like it sounds way like I'm over-exaggerating on this, but this is a really big deal when it comes to 2 versus 2s. Because you are not naturally friends with your ally. The game of Polytopia only allows 1 person to win, even though we're house ruling that, hey, we're playing as a team. So the next thing to do, I'm sure y'all saw that. So we finally found our ally. That gives me 5 more stars. And now I can do the most important thing. That sure, I don't have diplomacy this turn, but I can send my ally a peace treaty. So I'm going to go ahead and send Yadak a peace treaty. Mind you, I actually only had, because of work and all that, I was, at this current moment, very limited on time. and I only had 15 minutes left to take my turn, even though they probably wouldn't have noticed, but really malicious players will go, oh, you're out of time, and immediately skip, when really you should just say, hey, you're timed, and we'll be skipping you in like 12 hours. On this one, you get basically like 2 warnings, and after that, like, look, stop timing, we're skipping you. We were nice. I understand you have life, but we made an obligation. So I'm trying to avoid running out of time. And my goal is to send Yadak a peace treaty. So I end up sending the red Yadak a peace treaty. And then I go, well, dang, I done goofed. So I can't attack him. So then I go ahead and send my ally, and I can't break the peace treaty until they either accept or decline. And you better believe that they are going to accept the peace treaty, so I am not able to attack them for a turn. So I cannot attack my enemy for a turn because of a misclick. I should have taken my time on that and go, which one is my ally? It's reddish. I need to send him a peace treaty. So that is why you see 2 peace treaties sent to Yadak. Because I sent one to both my ally and my enemy. But because of my score, I send both of them 11 stars. That is way more important for my ally. Sure, it's important for my enemy, but it's, in this moment, we're counting stars. It's way more important for my ally. To finish my turn, we're going to continue to level up my cities. We're going to get level 5 here. Resources, chop. 1, 2, 3. Get that level 3 to improve my economy even further. And then train riders. So, of course, he goes, look, you misplayed. I even asked, like, A, we're not supposed to be allies. Can you just say, can you decline? He said, you misclicked. Fair enough. I would have hoped they would have said no, but we're enemies at this point. I did misclick. They can take full advantage. And is getting a siege on my ally's city. And there is nothing that we can do to unsiege this. My ally's going to lose their city. So the Red Yadak, because of the peace treaty, now has enough stars to finally pick up organization and is going to be able to start... is going to be able to start improving their economy and gets an explorer off to find out they're in danger. I'm going to go ahead and get that workshop, train a defensive warrior. That's not good enough. And then they break the peace treaty. Now, the importance of them breaking the peace treaty is I'm still not allowed to attack them this turn, but they can attack me at the start of their next turn. So they're of course going to take full advantage of my misclick. I should have taken my time and not misclicked. That's the lesson to take from there. Simani is going to do everything they can. They're going to move their swordsmen back. They can't kill the giant. They're going to throw their hexapods in. 1 hexapod thrown in. 2 hexapods thrown in. Warrior thrown in. The giant's already at 23 health and boosting up the hexapods. This giant is not long for this world. But now my ally is going to finally be able to start picking up. Most important text. Organization. Level up their capital. They're going to level up their capital once more. Get more resources. Find the enemy's capital. And saving. Notice one important detail. Saving the rest of those stars. We got a plan for this. It ain't gonna be easy. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick up a ruin. I get resources. And what these resources allows me to do is enact my plan a lot more efficiently. I pick up diplomacy and I immediately send that embassy straight to my ally, giving both of us a 4-star per turn bonus. For me, that's nice. That's not too bad. That's gonna be quite enjoyable. So I go from 25 stars per turn to 29 stars per turn, whereas my ally is gonna go from 5 stars per turn to 9 stars per turn. So it's a really big deal for my ally. I'm gonna move this giant back, as the whole purpose is I'm trying to defend the city, and I was kind of counting spaces that, look, you can't road an enemy forward. If you decide to road a hexapod forward, sure. You can either sacrifice it on my giant, or you can siege the city and I can unsiege it next turn just fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. We're not training a warrior, or else you get siege with the swordsman. And at this point, I'm mostly just trying to get set up so I can start killing both of my enemies at the same time, as I've been allowed to run away with this game. Yadek is doing everything they can. They're finally going to start moving back to the city down here. They're going to capture their city. Make city connection. Build a workshop. And start moving their units forward to be in a defensive position against me. That's not good enough. So Mandy's going to go ahead and rush forward, hit my giant, bring it down to 2 HP. But they didn't kill it. They forgot the last important detail, is they needed to kill my unit. I am probably noticing that the music in the background is probably very repetitive. We're going to go ahead and just switch it to Venger until I can get more music onto my computer. Just so that way it's, because sure, it's nice and upbeat, but let's go with Venger for now. Hey, Gala! Yeah, so this game actually finally finished. So we're just showing the replay off. So my ally, because they are in the worst position, because I was able to send them the embassy, they were just barely able to get enough stars so they could pick up diplomacy. And honestly, the opponent capturing the city made it to where we can afford diplomacy this turn and send me an embassy. That was all the stars, but Yadek can't siege. And at this point of the game, this is the moment where the round ended for the Junior League, and my team won because of tiebreaker. As my team had more cities and a stronger economy than the opponents. Even though my ally, all they had left was just their capital. And I bet you they were going like, yeah, no, the Yadek and the Saimansi can totally gang up and kill me. Let's see how that plays out. So I'm going to go ahead and road forward. And my goal is I really want to be hurting Yadek's economy. They have nothing but warriors. So all they can do is unsiege, but their warrior's going to be stuck on their city, and it can't move away. I'll be free in an hour. I'm also going to be streaming in about another 10 hours for the European audience. So for me, it'll be tomorrow morning. But yeah, so my main goal here is I'm just trying to harm Yadek's economy, slow them down ever so slightly, because I can just spam units out everywhere. How late do you stream till? Until I'm tired. I also need to consider eating dinner. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and siege that. We're going to bring this 2 HP giant back. It can't really do much, but if I can protect it long enough, I could potentially bring it back into the fight. We're going to finally just move all these units forward. Oh, hey, there's a village there. Okay, so, we're going to go and train a defensive warrior, because they can just move the swordsman there. And I want them to throw units into this defender and force Saimanti to use up units instead of just myself. And then I spam Outriders pretty much everywhere else. So Yadek, I'm going to go ahead and use the killer monuments to level up Ulst to get city walls, as they don't want me sieging it at this point. They wanted to... Yadek wants a very defensive position against me. City walls are pretty good. That's passive. And they're spending a lot of turns just playing passive, whereas, like, even in their vision, I am just swarming riders everywhere. Saimanti. If only riders weren't so strong against Saimanti. This is just a terrible position. If it wasn't for this veteran swordsman, I actually would have already run over Saimanti at this point. But because of this veteran swordsman that they got at these ruins, I gotta be dancing around for a bit. So they're gonna go ahead and get a massive boost, secure the kill, and siege my city of Rium. And that's it. That's their last play. The last thing I probably would have considered for Cymanti is to maybe send this hexapod forward to... Oh, I know this hexapod already moved. Maybe they already moved and that's why they're stuck there. But, yeah, there's no way... because they killed this rider right over here, I can't unsiege Ryum. So I'm going to lose that city. My ally, his goal is, look, he's taking exams, and he said, can we turn this into a game that's an unranked game, because he can't focus on the game, and we're like, look, all you gotta do is just not die. I'll win this game for you. So, let's see if I can hold that promise. I pick up sailing, as sailing is very important. I secure the kill on the hexapod, we get the killer monument, and then boom, that's another giant push. We're gonna go ahead and road these riders forward, secure the kill, and we're gonna position this rider over here to say, hey, I want you not using this hexapod on my giants. You can either kill this rider, or I can just use this rider to kill whatever you spawn here, or focus on harassing Yadak. So this rider is really just in a very aggressive position. This rider's dead. Just the positioning of everything, the rider's dead. Continuing on, we're going to continue to kill Yadak's warriors, bop-a-bop, secure all the kills right over there. Road our defender forward, for the main goal is, I want this defender on this city. If I can put the defender here, my opponent does not have riders yet, or archers, or anything to just say, hey, I'm just going to do more mobile forms of damage. You need 4 warriors to kill a single defender. And it's very easy for me to block that position. So we're going to go ahead and heal these riders up, spawn another rider to be ready for the siege next turn. Yadak is going to go ahead and continue to improve their economy. More resources. Going to finally capture 1 more village. Not enough for a Grand Bazaar just as of yet. Spawning even more warriors. More warriors. More warriors. Okay, they got a lot of warriors. Hopefully those warriors are enough to deal with everything. Cymanti being very aggressive. 1 hexapod, 2 hexapod. Killing my rider. Boosting another hexapod. This giant is already down to 16 health. Gonna be putting this swordsman in a position to say, hey, I want it to take less damage. We're gonna gain vision over here of this tile. Bring your giant down to 7, so that way I'm ready to siege next turn. I don't know if attacking was the correct play right there. And more hexapods. My ally is just trying to defend. Population growth. And is staying alive. This is the turn. This is the one turn that we ended up discussing on the stream. But we're gonna go ahead and just re-road forward. Road this rider forward, ride forward, ride forward. Secure the kill so the defender can get the siege. And as long as I body block 2 tiles, which I am, it is now impossible for Yadak to unsiege. We're going to go ahead and heal all my other riders up, and we're going to train at least 1 more so we can continue to harass and kill off the warriors. Off on the Cymanti side. Oh yeah, and there's a village down here. On the Cymanti side, we throw the 7 health giants in to the swordsman, because at this point, I need this swordsman a lot weaker on health. Heal up my other units, secure another village, train a defender. And I think at this turn, I think CC Matt's still in the game, but they're shortly going to surrender. So I think it's actually at this point that I don't remember. I'm pretty certain it's this turn that Cymanti actually goes ahead and says, "Okay, you know what? That's it. We can't win anymore." But he's gonna go ahead and throw units in. And I actually think, yeah. So Matt goes ahead and concedes the game. So when it comes to the ranked game as of this point is over. Hey, goalie! It's great to see you here. But yeah, so this ended up being the end of the ranked game portion of it, where I'm sieging their city. They're unable to kill this giant. We're going to be sieging the city over here, and they have the vision to know that I'm about to kill everything they have. So Symanti goes ahead and surrenders. We're going to go ahead and play the rest of the game without pausing as of this point. There's not really too much point left to this game. It's more of a, okay, we're just going to close it out for ELO. We're going to go and get that siege, kill all the riders forward. But yeah, so this is basically a Quetzali 2 versus 1 in a junior game. It was not easy. Most of the stress was put on my ally, and it really came down to my ally did a good enough job to survive, so that way we could trade embassies, allowing us to win the game thanks to the bonus production of embassies. Both for the junior ranking of tiebreakers, as well as just the entire game in general. Because at this point, I'm just overrunning with riders, and that's the game. But yeah, so that is how I felt really, really good about this game, just because it was a Quetzali runaway game. It really came down to Symanti, I would say more so misplayed a lot and was playing way too passively. But if it was Yadok that spawned over here in the corner, they would have been in a much worse position. But the moment that they saw, hey, Yadok's in this corner over here, Symanti needed to be a lot more aggressive with their shaman and their warriors instead of continuing to play as passively as they did. But yeah, so that is the end of that game. Unless someone has a replay that they would like to share for us to analyze, I might be jumping into another... I'm probably going to be jumping into another random live game. So we're just going to give it a little moment, because I think my stream is currently behind when it comes to... I'm going to go ahead and click live. Actually, it might be just fine. I just wanted to say, Goalie, thanks for all the videos you're constantly making. Your videos are really what got me to be focusing a lot on this, and yeah, because I've always enjoyed making videos, and I always streamed a lot in college, but I haven't been back in the streaming biz. And honestly, it's really you that inspires me to do everything that I do. So I just want to say thank you, Goalie, for everything that you inspire me to do, at least when it comes to the Polytopia community. But yeah, so that is the end of that game. At this moment, I just need to run over all of my opponents. My ally decides, okay, well, we're going to fight a little bit, and then finds out for a turn that it's not going to go well. Thanks, Goalie. I hope you continue to make your content as well. I don't want it to take over, but it's like, because your content's definitely different compared to mine, and that's actually perfect for the Polytopia community. I really can, every single time one of your videos always comes out, I end up watching it like within 5 minutes of its release, so keep making your stuff. But yeah, so that is the end of that game. If anybody has any replays they want analyzed or wants to do a live game really fast, we'll give a moment for everyone to do that. But yeah. I want to turn... Okay, so good. Turns out our latency's actually doing just fine. Yeah. I'm actually going to go grab a water. If y'all have been watching for the entire, I think, 2 hours that I've been doing this, don't forget to hydrate. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's dark now. Give me a moment. The darkness, it consumes me. I may just have to turn off because this is more of a horror camera. I'm going to turn the camera off. Want to watch a Luxador game that I crushed my friend in? Definitely share the replay. It's definitely interesting. If you're wanting some advice on what you could have done better, absolutely. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the camera. Just because of... Oh, wait, no, if I turn the other light on, it won't turn into a horror camera as much anymore. Because, yeah, I went from using the daylight to now it's nighttime. All right, I'm going to grab some water, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, gonna head out and take a shower, have fun with the rest of your streams. Thanks, Goalie. I really appreciate you stopping by. Wanna watch what he could have done better. Alrighty, yeah, I could definitely review the replay. And we'll take a look-see about what your friend could have done better in this replay. So let's go ahead and we're gonna go back to Toby's server. I don't know why it's so laggy. I'm gonna have to figure out why Discord's so laggy on my computer. Makes no sense. All right, replay submissions. What led to the skinned Luxador loss? Well, actually, I can easily tell you the first reason, which is they were using a skin. And the issue with Luxador is, because notice right over here, this minor detail. Luxador, just turbans, and then they can have clubs. The golden Luxador, the issue is gold is heavy, which means they can hit really hard, but they're too slow. So by the time they can capture their first village, you've already got like 50 giant... Okay, now I'm joking. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a look-see at this spawn setup. So we have the purple Luxador, that's going to be Wonton. It's going to be spawning in the eastern corner of the map versus the blue golden Luxador spawning in the northern side of the map. And so I'm always going to say this is I don't have enough practice with Luxador, even though I end up playing as them quite a bit in my videos. But it's really just whenever I go to record a video, I end up playing as Luxador. And I really need a lot of... I need a lot more practice with Luxador before I can really evaluate. But there are a few important things to keep in mind. So we're going to go ahead and, for those who are... You don't like skins? I actually love the skins. I think they're great. I was just making a joke that gold is heavy. I actually need to get the skins on my desktop version. I have them on my phone, but I didn't get them on the desktop version. My skin is fire! Yeah. So what we have over here is Luxador. We're just going to go ahead and do this. Maybe we could do this like a little review. You know what? Why don't I do this as if we're going to do a little review and then post it on the YouTube channel. Alrighty, so we've got a replay sent by Wonton. This is going to be a Luxador mirror match. We have the purple Luxador spawning in the eastern corner of the map versus the blue Luxador spawning in the northern side of the map. Now, just as a little refresher, the strength of Luxador is they start off with a level 2 city. And what is the benefit or the perk that Luxador chooses for their level 2 city? A park without points. You can see the park inside of their city as well. So they don't get the boosted production and they don't get the vision. But they have the extra bonus 1 star for having a level 2 city. And they can train a 3rd unit, which allows them to spawn out 3 units right out of the gates. So we're going to be starting off with Luxador sending their warrior actually heading straight northwest. Interesting, but that's because right over here, and this is a perfectly valid option, you have both this animal and this fruit kind of huddled in the same corner. Now, the strength of Luxador starting off with the level 2 city also ends up being a weakness, as since they don't start off with any resources or anything that is a guaranteed resource, such as barter and their hunting, it's random on what resources start off in all of their cities and capitals, and it's actually hard to level up their initial cities. Same thing is going to be for the blue Luxador here in the north. Sure, they have 2 animals and a fruit, but not enough for them to pick up a single technology to get level 3, making it difficult. So they're going to go ahead and pick up that 2nd warrior as well, and it's going to be exploring directly south. Me personally, I like this. My goal is always head towards the center of the map. And in this case, what I would probably end up doing is following the forest, as I personally feel it's more likely for them to find a village here where... if you consider these to both be metal, there actually might be a village right here next to these trees. And of course, we haven't seen that yet, so we wouldn't quite know. I'm assuming this is, purple's going to be heading straight to northwest yet again. And boom, it is perfectly found right over here. We have our first village here in the, just right in the northwest of Luxor's base, able to have a perfect transition to their first city. Now, based on this, I would actually still consider picking up a third warrior, as it looks like you have another village here in the eastern corner of the map, and it looks like that purple goes ahead and does just that. Blue, on the other hand, doing exactly as I had suggested on this part, is going to go ahead and find that village right over there by following the tree. So they ended up getting pretty lucky with that. However, I would have moved this warrior actually to the east instead, and the reason is we don't, since we don't have organization, we don't know where croplands are. So we don't know if there's any useful tiles in this spot right over here. So you need to consider this forest and this fruit as potential resources. The fruits is 100% a resource. The forest is maybe. And it actually would have been better for this warrior to have gone to the east instead, so that way it could have gone on top of this fruit, because now you're missing an opportunity for, if this village is all the way over here, far to the east, right next to the forest, you're not going to see it for an extra turn, and you're going to be slowing down your early game just because of that minor play. The other thing to consider, you have this city right over here, and villages can't spawn within 2 tiles. So a village cannot spawn right on this tile right over here, so it is 100% pointless to be exploring this tile, which means the only spot this warrior needs to look for are these 3 tiles right here, which again leads straight to going onto this fruit. So bummer over here. The okay play is to support this in case the ally is right over there, but your better shot would have been going to these fruits instead. Purple is going to go ahead and spread their units out. Yep, just like that, although I think I would have encouraged going onto these fruits instead and going onto the forest. Just minor plays right over there, but we're going to go ahead and call out all these minor plays as they happen. Maybe we're just going to put the camera over here so we're not moving around as much. So we're going to move, blue's going to move on to the village, and it's going to move directly southwest instead of moving directly east. And then sadly, because of this fruit, it looks like this village is going to be right over here between the 2, and we're not going to be seeing it for an extra turn. Purple decides to pick up climbing to get those ruins, a very aggressive early game play. We're going to see if that works out. Picking up hunting, so that way we have a way to level up our city. That is a good pickup, as with this vision over here, lots of animals to hunt. Animals to hunt for a level right over here, and if we could pick up forestry, that can give us level 3 in so many of our cities. That is a very powerful start for the Purple Luxor right over here on the eastern corner of the map. Blue, on the other hand, is going to be having a slow start. Going to be skipping immediately over to forestry. A very aggressive play, but it is going to slow down their economy 1 turn even further. So even though I understand why you're picking up forestry to make it easier for you to get level 3, you're hurting your economy even further, as this warrior has moved the wrong direction for multiple turns, and you've now actually delayed capturing this village for 2 entire turns, because you could have captured it this turn. And you would have had 5 stars of economy. And if you did, then this forestry jump actually would have been a beautiful play. But at this point, I think you would have been better off just picking up hunting and leveling up Kikuis. I don't know. If we spent a whole bunch of time to do a whole bunch of math, we could definitely figure out which one of those plays would have been most optimal. Maybe in post-editing, I'll actually go ahead and do that. Maybe. I don't have time for post-editing. So, purple, gonna go ahead and, oh no, it's a veteran swordsman. So the veteran swordsman is definitely gonna be heading straight to this village right over here. The weaker warrior might as well pick up this village here to the south. And it's just, actually, based off of everything we're seeing over here, I would almost consider an explore play at Gaux, if it wasn't for the fact that Luxador is already suffering naturally on their economy. I'm actually going to assume they went ahead and picked up Workshop. Just because I'm greedy when it comes to situations like this, and I would at least like a Workshop on my first expansion, although it makes perfect sense to go and explore. Goes for the Workshop. I don't think you can really say one's really the better choice than the other. So you opted for the Workshop. That is a valid play. We're going to go ahead and get that Chop play to level up the capital, so then we can level it Kikwi's. That's going to be a Workshop play. Because of vision, there's no reason to be picking up the Workshop. Or actually, there might be, but that's to assume that, hey, are we checking for our enemy to be in the western corner of the map? We're going to be able to go ahead and be greedy, and we're not going to do that Explore. That is a valid play based off of the vision. And then finally, we're going to get onto this the village over here. We could have captured a turn ago. At this moment, purple now has the vision that they need in order to see that it is a Luxdor map. Wonton, who had sent me this map, said that they were friends. So I'm going to assume that they both knew they were doing a Luxdor mirror. We're actually, this is during a live stream, so they can tell me if it was or not. Y'all still find a chat. I'm going to go ahead and get a beautiful spread of units. And it's just, this is what Luxdor does well, is they can spread out in all directions with warriors and swordsmen very efficiently, just because of how the start ended up being. We always end up playing mirrors. All right, so they always end up playing mirrors, so it's really going to come down to a lot of spawn and micromanaging skills. You can't really take advantage of your tribe versus the enemy. And that's the beauty of mirrors, is you can have different strategies, but it'll really come down to how well you end up doing in your current position. I'm going to go ahead and get that very necessary level 3 at Kikwi's, and hopefully at this point we're actually considering training. Well, I would consider picking up writing, but that's too expensive. Oops, I misclicked the point of view. A very aggressive play, which I think is incorrect here, is you do 2 chops, so that way you can pick up writing, train a writer at Kikwi's, and start getting a writer out. But at this point, you really should consider writing. However, I'm going to go ahead and pick up the villages. That's going to be a Workshop. The reason is not an Explorer, is the Explorer can very easily go north and be pretty much wasted. So this is a necessary Workshop play right over here. Purple expanding out in all direction and is going to be improving their economy. That is definitely going to be a Workshop here in the south, as since they know that their opponent is going to be in the northern corner of the map, they might as well, with warriors, go ahead and just pick up a better economy with Workshops here in the south. Very straightforward plays from the purple Luxdor player right over here. And now blue is able to make the first meeting play, and is going to go ahead and go with an attack. Now, what this attack allows blue to do is say, hey, if you want to go capture this village, I'm going to kill your warrior and then take it from you. If you decide to kill my warrior, I'm going to be able to just kill you. This warrior would have been better moving directly south. This is a very minor play. These are all just very minor plays at this moment, but these little minor plays are going to add up in the long run. Here's the aggressive Luxdor Rider spam that I was just now opting for by the blue Luxdor, and blue is going to be opting for a very early aggressive push against purple. Purple's also going to be going ahead and picking up their riders. One thing blue does need to be considering is the score difference. Purple has a big, giant score lead. And that score lead is going to be a pretty big deal. But notice, like, this village would have been captured 2 turns earlier, and we would have had a slightly better economy at this point, and probably be having a 3rd rider at this point. I'm going to continue to say at this point, even though I'm overusing it. You keep using the phrase. I think it means what you think it means. But yeah, so purple's going to go ahead and secure that kill, going, I am calling your bluff. You don't have a warrior to back it up. And I'm going to continue to prove my economy and do what Luxdor does best at this moment and say, hey, I have all the resources. Ah, shoot, he did have a unit anyways. Oh, man. All right. So we're going to go back to the minor place, and we're actually going to turn off the shared fog, because even though we have a strong idea about the entire map, it's now time to have a better idea about each player's individual views. Your rider should be supporting your warrior, and your warrior should be moving first. Because this rider moves down here, you now give up this ruin to your opponent. Whereas, you actually could have secured this ruin for yourself. Or at least had the option to. That play was the saddest moment of my life when I saw it, right? So, because we turn on Shared Fog, if we actually look, there's no unit here on this northern village of the purple Luxador player, which means that oh, a very beautiful aggressive play could have happened here. So let's take this back to right over here. And is there a... I do have a print screen, so we're going to go and do control print screen. And who's ready to play a game of paint? Because we're jumping straight back into paint. So I'm going to go ahead and full screen paint. I'm going to select this. We're going to deselect. We're going to select this portion of the screen, and then we're going to go ahead and crop it. Alrighty, and now yeah. Oh man. So here we are in paint with a very simple little play going on over here. Actually, we're going to go ahead and full screen this. And of course, we're going to bring in the Quetzale music, as this is the appropriate moment for Quetzale music. So, even though we have perfect vision, our opponent does not. Our brave blue player does not. We're going to draw in pink to show that their vision is, we're going to go brush, just right over, we're going to undo the pink. What would be a better color to use? It's actually really tough to get a good color for this. We're going to use this orange, and we're going to make the size of the brush a little bit bigger. So if we draw this line right over here, this is, oops, right over here. So this is the vision that blue currently has. And we're going to go ahead and say that, all right, blue is going to go ahead, and these arrows are too big. We're getting used to the computer for these resources. So this is, of course, going to secure this kill, and then get vision all the way over here, and go, okay, or at least we already have that vision. There's no units really to worry about at this spot. Then we really need to consider right over here. This rider, even if it goes over here, yeah, it kind of can support this, but this rider all the way over here already is intended to... It can go right over here and then support fighting for this village. You don't... I mean, it would help to have two riders, but you don't need two riders. You already have a healthy warrior right over here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to move on to the forest, as this is the optimal play to try to find another village, and try to look for a village mostly at this corner right over here, or over here, over here. What's a better color to use? Wow, not a single one of these colors are good. Wow, what is with all these colors? Can I use this blue? Okay, we're gonna use this blue. No, we're not. What about this blue? None of these blues are good. Maybe... Yeah, just the colors of everything is just off. All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and use this really dark blue. We're gonna say go down, right over to here, and it's again gonna reveal these 3 tiles. And now we see that there is a warrior right over on these ruins. Okay, well, the next thing is let's prevent that warrior from capturing those ruins. We're gonna have this rider go right over here to this spot. And then it's going to go, bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop. And then we're going to secure the kill with this warrior. The kill is going to reveal these tiles. Which means we get to see that this village is completely unclaimed. And this rider would be able to zip right on through and siege this city. This is a perfectly natural play that you could do, and I encourage you to continue to practice these. Of this rider is to support this warrior. Warrior moves first. Hey, we found something here. Rider, support the warrior. Warrior secures the kill. This kill is gonna take this ruin, which then reveals the better part is we can then see that this city is undefended, so we can siege this city. We're not gonna... We're potentially gonna steal this city, even though this rider can defend it, but this ruin is 100% ours. Just with this simple play. That actually can be naturally done through gameplay. So, in all intents and purposes, blue should have had this ruin. And let's go right back into the game. We're going to switch right back to the Vanguard music. And then we're going to go ahead and hide paint. But yeah, there you go. So, turns out right over here, blue should have taken these ruins from purple. There's nothing purple could do in this instance. And blue also could have hurt purple's economy in this entire trade of events. But instead, so we're going to go ahead and get that kill as secured. And then this attack is made. At this point, there's no reason for you to make this attack. You're actually better off not attacking here. I didn't even know that the city was undefended until now. I was just upset I missed the ruin. Oh yeah, no, it's if you ended up doing the exact play I showed, where you used the rider and then you killed with the warrior, you then would have seen the city is undefended, and then you could have sieged the city. He would have unsieged it, but you would have had the ruin 100% yours. Also, that city is insane, so it would be horrible if we got it. Yes, that is an insane city. Again, purple can unsiege. Rider's going to go ahead and explore. It needed to explore one tile south to support this warrior. Because again, we're actually trying to pressure for this village. This village isn't ours yet, but we want to humor the idea that maybe we can get it. How could I unsiege? This rider here at Gaux can rush over, kill the rider, because the rider would have 5 HP. Kill the rider, and then move on back, and then you just train a new defensive warrior. Maybe a defensive warrior at Gaux, or a rider if you're feeling aggressive. Probably a rider, because I would prioritize taking the ruin as blue. And at this moment, the moment y'all start meeting each other, y'all should always assume the other person has perfect vision. It should be more of a blessing that neither has vision over the other. So the ruin ends up being stars. But what if he sieged? Yes, but what if he sieged with the rider? So the blue rider would have 5 HP, so your rider can kill his rider and unsiege it. But the bigger purpose is you're at least stopping the star production and penalizing someone not training enough units. Hurt with warrior and kill siege. Yes. Yeah, because when this rider would attack the warrior to allow the blue warrior to secure the kill, this rider would have been left with 5 health. But this ends up being a very advantageous trade for purple. Rushes the rider forward, secures the kill. It's going to rush the rider back to an okay position. It can't really get into a better position, though, without roads. And purple is now going to continue to expand and run away with the game. That's going to be a level 3 city. Lots more resources. 1, 2, level 2 city. Let's go ahead and get that. Oop, it's an explorer. Excellent explorer. We need vision of our opponent, and we can see everything that they're doing. This is the exact reason why I say the moment you're in a position like this, you should assume your opponent has perfect vision. So that's going to be a level 2. Workshop, level 3. I'm assuming this is going to be resources. Or I would have considered an explorer over here, so that way you can see how to race your opponents here to the southern corner, or to the eastern corner. So if you can race them to this corner over here and just starve them out, you're going to win. Drylands is a lot more straightforward like that. Alright, so right over here, you go ahead and secure the kill. That is fine. But this rider jumps into a position that you should assume is actually very dangerous. Because we're going to switch back to just blue's vision. Even with this limited vision. Alright, so you're going to go ahead and zip over there, secure the kill. We get to see there's a lot of riders. The first thing to consider is roads. Because if you get roads and just place one right here and then over here to your city, you can safely road this rider over to this forest. Well, I guess not. I guess not. Just this rider's in a bad spot. I am assuming your logic is move it to gain as much vision. That's an okay line of thought. But this rider over here, I guess it's trying to body block to protect the warrior so you can secure the village. Okay. Actually, you know, based on this vision, it's not a terrible play. Because you're trying to secure this village. That actually makes sense. I understand. All right, I understand this play, and I can kind of agree with it. That's not a bad play. But you're definitely going to need more riders, and you go with mathematics, which is actually good. At this point, you need a giant. You need to go ahead and get that giant out, so that way you can start getting a monument and snowball your economy, and then start roading a giant forward, potentially. However, in this current instance, all these riders are going to zip on forward, and the swordsman is going to secure the kill. So it wasn't a terrible play, but now you've lost pretty much all your frontline riders, and there is no way you're going to stop this swordsman from securing this. So what's the new line of thought? All right, let's take full advantage of mathematics. We need that giant. Secure the kill. All right, scouting, you go with roads, and capture. All right. So over here, if you went 1-2, you would have had 2 more over here with Kitquis, and that costs 4 stars. A sawmill is going to cost an additional 5, so that'll be 9 stars. You can then capture this new city. You could do a singular chop play somewhere. You know what? Our capital's not going to really get any levels with this forest. We can chop this forest safely over here, so that way we can hunt this animal and then create a lumber hut in order to get a, honestly at this point, a workshop. An explorer wouldn't do us any good, which will then also give us the last pop necessary for Kitquis in order to get a giant, which will then allow us to put a monument down, either at Ox for city walls. Yeah, actually at Ox for city walls, because he's already got riders, you need to consider a potential road play. So I would place a monument down here at Oxox, specifically on this tile right here, city walls. Sure, you lose the star production, but at least you create a defensive city here on the front that hopefully you can expand the borders soon and make it hard for purple to rush forward with their riders. I bet you I know what's about to happen on this turn. Purple's going to build roads and then road all their riders over to Oxux and siege it and potentially block all the chance for you to unsiege. I guarantee you that's what's about to happen. I guarantee you that's what's about to happen. Tech. There's the roads. The riders are zipping on forward. Kills the warrior. Rider 1. Bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop. Rider 2. That's a siege. And there you have it. Yeah, that's the game. Oh, man. So, this was a series of unfortunate events for Blue. What could Blue have done better in this game? We're going to go straight back to Blue's early game plays. Right over here, this warrior actually, there's so many different reasons why they needed to. This warrior needed to go directly east to go to this fruit. Because with this vision, you did the perfect thing and you found this village. But with this village, we can sort of guesstimate, okay, there's definitely no villages over here, so we don't need to explore over here. Where's the closest village on this side? 1, 2, the closest one can be right here. Which means we don't need to explore this tile, we need to explore these 3 tiles over here. This explorer needed to have gone east. So we lost 1 turn of movement. Number 2, this warrior went straight southeast instead of going directly east the direction it needed to. We missed the village right over here for a second turn. So now this warrior is 2 turns behind on claiming this village. I think the biggest thing to improve on for Blue is you need to learn how to read the map and understand where villages may be. Now you did the okay thing of saying, hey, you want to. I bet the line of thought was you wanted to head towards the center of the map, but in this case, in the early game, this warrior's already heading towards the center of the map. This warrior needs to secure another village off onto the side. And then you go with the really aggressive forestry play. You go with the chop, which actually ends up being a good play. So, you know, this chop play, that's actually not bad. Especially with how you ended up executing it. It was actually really well done. But because you're 2 turns behind on capturing this city right over here, you end up losing probably 6 stars of production. I can't say for perfect how it would have been. Unless I specifically count out every single turn. But you lost a lot of stars of production by moving this warrior in the wrong direction. So, if anything, just, I guess just learn reading the map a little bit better. This one was a much more terrible map for Blue than for Purple, as Purple has really good village density with mountains not blocking their way. Whereas Blue, it's scarce for them. It was going to be an uphill battle for Blue, especially since they're player 2. It was going to be an uphill battle the entire way for them anyways. But yeah, so that was a pretty interesting game of Luxdor versus Luxdormir. I hope you all learned something from this. I know I sure did. And I'll see y'all in the next one. And there y'all have it. I wonder if I can take the video directly from the stream. If not, well then that'll just be a little bit silly. But yeah, so thank you for sharing this replay. I actually really hope y'all learned something from this one. I really do think that a lot of even though Blue was constantly at a downhill advantage the entire time, but not being able to get the city for 2 whole turns really did hurt a lot. I also hope y'all found this play right over here very interesting. But yeah, so there we go. That is that play. And it is actually starting to get a little bit late. Where are we going to be doing next? I mean, we could probably do a... At this point, we've been doing a lot of replay analysis. Maybe it's time for a live game. I'm probably going to stream only for about another hour, as I've been streaming for 3 hours already, and my voice is starting to get tired. And I also do plan on streaming tomorrow in the morning. Is Gala on for a match? I mean, maybe. Hey, Gala, are you still there? Could you check my replay real quick? Do we have the replay sent? Quavo meal. Can you review my replay as Omaji versus Barter? I feel like I had him on the ropes, but I want to know how I could have won. All right, yeah, this is a perfect explanation for a perfect replay submission. Excellent. I definitely want to take a look at it. Yeah. We may end up taking a look at this replay. My voice is actually getting a little hoarse. So if we end up, let's see. Yeah, so at this point, I do have a replay submission. We could definitely take a look at it really fast. So right over here, we have a replay submission from... Let's see, as Omaji versus Barter. Ah, spoilers! I don't want spoilers! No, no, look away! Everyone, close your eyes. Alright, spoilers have, spoilers are gone. Sorry about that. I should have... Alrighty. Yeah, so because over here we do have another replay. And it's going to be from... Oh, they're using a different name on everything. So we have Ghastly Barbarian. Okay, so Ghastly Barbarian is going to be playing against a random Barter online. Quavo is fine. All right. Prefer to go by Quavo on this one. Alrighty. So we have a... I'm assuming this is going to be on Drylands. We're going to take a look-see. We do have this on Drylands. And actually, in order to give you the best feedback on what you could have done, we're going to only watch the view from Omaji. Even though we already kind of have an idea where Barter is, but we're going to watch this from Omaji's view without that knowledge, so we can give the best feedback we can in this game. Alrighty. So, starting off, we're going to focus fully on Omaji. Beautiful play. We're just going to road forward, train another rider. Typical play as a Omaji in the turn. We're going to move the rider forward. Alright, so this is a very minor play. I mean, it's okay. I don't think you needed to go all the way over here. You would have been better off going on the fruit. as if for some silly reason you needed to assist this rider, it would have been better if you're on the fruit to be at least a space closer to give that assistance. But in this case, you get to see the vision about the ruins a little bit sooner, so it's not really that big a deal. I'm assuming you're going to go onto the fruit over here in the east. Yep, pretty much the best typical straightforward play. We're going to go onto both of these villages, and it's now time to finally pick up that organization before capturing those cities. So honestly, quite textbook on the opening. That's a good textbook opening. At this point, you do need to consider... Oh, you end up going with another rider. I think I see why. So you're wanting this rider, I'm assuming, to go purely east. But here's a little bit of a counterpoint. If you didn't pick up the rider, you could have had a very interesting play next turn. So what I probably would recommend here on this next turn is you're going to take these 2 fruit and you want to explore here on Baonla, because we're not exploring here at your middle city. That's not happening. But at Baonla, if you're able to find barter in this quarter, you now have full advantage with these riders. And because of score, your opponent only has 800 points. So if you see them, you're only getting 3 stars. But if you didn't train this rider, you would then have 4 stars, so that way you can level up your capital and get a workshop. So that would be a very optimal play right there. So I actually would have considered not training a rider here at your capital because of that. So you're going to go ahead and... What the heck? So right over here, you're going to go ahead and do what's expected. This rider is going to go straight over here to the east, perfectly valid. And this rider needs to be heading towards the center. It needs to go in one of either 2 ways. You either need to make the more passive route onto this forest, so that way you can cover these 4 clouds, or you just need to go directly south, because you're not exploring right over here on your central city. I would opt to go to the forest and then train a warrior here, but that's just me. Instead, you now send a second rider over here to find this village, which, cool, you get to find and capture this village 1 turn sooner, but now you've lost all of your units here in the center. And it's going to be hard to race for everything else everywhere. You're going to go onto the ruin, a very passive play. You should have waited on moving this rider. And you're going to go ahead and get the workshop on your capital. So you're making very passive plays. Omaji is not a passive tribe. With these riders, you should be able to out-expand. Your main advantage against the strongest tribe in the game is you got riders. Your opponent has to catch up to you. It's sort of like Yadek. Yadek is able to expand really fast because of roads. You have to force your opponent to catch up to you. And Barter is, like, they have an excellent economy, but they're still slower than Yadek's expansion. They're still slower than Illyrion. They're still slower than Symante's expansion. They are still slower than Omaji, because Omaji has riders. And if you can explore and then properly run forward with your riders, you can just out-expand and then out-tempo your opponent, just with that. If we turn on the shared fog, you get to see that your opponent, they're behind. You should continue to press this advantage and give your opponent no quarter. Sadly, because of how we get to see everything all the way over here, yeah, there's no village here, but it would be better for you to find that out now rather than later. We're going to turn that shared fog back off and see the consequences of your passive actions. Alrighty, so you're going to pick up the workshop so that way you have a better economy. You really can't fault you for that. Oh, also, fun fact. If you had on your turn, instead of leveling up your capital, if we turn the shared fog back on, there's actually a decent chance you may have been able to find this warrior over here, gotten those stars, and then still level up your capital with a workshop. And then you would have had 7 stars per turn. So, just a thing for you to consider there. But yeah. So it's just the order of things. Like, you actually started off pretty good. You really can't fault for, like, the riders going off in these directions. Honestly, it's not that bad. You're able to also find these ruins. Please don't pick up climbing just for these ruins. And then you level up the capital. Workshop, pass the turn. You get the ruins, and oh my goodness, you get to pick up that, and you pick up a workshop. All right. But that would have been a perfect turn for you to consider farming. Roads is an excellent pick too, but farming would have been an excellent choice. For really this city right here, but it also allows you to level up Keglim, get a potential explorer off over there. Allows you to level up your capital to level 3. Like, it gives you a lot of farming gives you a lot of options. Roads is not bad, it's aggressive, but your economy can't afford it. So at this point, now you're starting to move out. You're training a rider, making those good plays. You're going to go ahead and get a workshop. Excellent. You're moving out in all these in all directions. These riders are going to secure this city here on the western side. But notice, if you had gone for an explore here on turn 4. Instead of moving your rider over here to the ruins, these ruins are already yours. You could have moved this rider here to this forest, picked up this city, and then the city would have been yours at the same time that Barter is claiming this village. And now you get to race for this corner all the way over here in the west and start surrounding Barter. It's these little plays like that are really going to give you an advantage against a tribe that's going to start off with such a strong economy. So with that, we're then going to go to our turn 7. So you're going to spread out. Honestly, this is a good spread. You're going to capture that village. You're going to find this village all the way here in the east. You're going to level up. That would have been an okay moment for an explorer. That would have been an excellent moment for an explorer right there. Because now you're fighting blind. Because at this moment, you have to move your units forward. And notice your opponent has now just hit this warrior with a rider and rushed it back. You have no idea where that rider went, and it's going to be a lot more difficult for you to find him. You're going to delay capturing the village. Every once in a while, I make this sort of mistake, but you ended up making this one as well. You need to capture your villages. You did the correct play in attacking this warrior with this rider, but you still should have captured this village. And the reason is this rider can just move back a space. Or heck, actually, this rider could just stand right over here, and then you train a rider here at Boomla. Actually, nah, maybe you actually would have been better off roading this rider back into a safe spot, and then training a rider here at Boomla. Because then, no matter what they end up doing over here, if they put a warrior here parked to siege your city or a rider, you can unsiege it with your 2 riders, and then you can train a warrior, and this city is guaranteed yours. But you should have captured this city, because now you've delayed capturing the city, and I bet you your opponent is going to siege it next turn. I don't know what's about to happen right over here, but I guarantee you either they're going to rush a rider forward to siege this city, or they're going to road a warrior forward to siege this city. All right, you're making road connections. Excellent. Getting that additional income and creating more networks for your Grand Bazaar. Gonna finally pick up farming. Get more resources. Good. And hey, look at that. There's a rider. Rushes straight on forward and sieges the city. And now you're gonna have to... Oh! Interesting. They move off it. That's actually a good play by the Barter right over there. Because now you can't road this warrior forward. You should have, if you could have, trained a rider instead, but I don't think you could have there. So you're going to go ahead and get this city here in the east. You're going to fight for the city here in the... Interesting. Honestly, I think you should have considered this rider dead, because you're not exploring. You needed to use this rider to figure out what's going on in this city. move this rider forward, and it also delays your opponent from moving forward with their units right over here. So again, you're making a few passive plays on an aggressive try. Oh, goodness. That is a great road play right over there. I mean, I love... Oh, thanks, OneDrive, even though I'm never using you. So this is an excellent aggressive play. You're going to go ahead and plant that rider there on the village, plant a rider there on the ruins. I hope you're going to train another rider here to defend all of this. Don't level up this city here on the east. Oh, they leveled it up. So the reason why you needed another defensive unit is if your opponent has like 2 or 3 units over here to fight for the east, you're going to lose all this tempo right over here. It would have been better if you had at least one more rider, but now you have to deal with a rider here that has retreated off, and now you also have to kill this warrior, and this rider with 5 health is not going to do anything. You are going to capture those ruins for the reward, and understandably so. Going to kill their rider, move forward to try to explore. Ooh, 3 pops. Oh, please tell me population growth. Beautiful. And build the farm for a giant. Build the farm for a giant. Yes! Alrighty. Gets an excellent giant play, giving you the monument to be able to start defending. To start actually pushing out a lot stronger of an economy. One thing to consider, you actually may want to go ahead and monument up this central city here. Either for city walls or better yet for resources. Because with the resources, you'll then be able to afford getting, at this point, probably a defensive warrior. So you consider riding them forward, or a rider if you're feeling aggressive. Probably a warrior and then a rider here in this back city, but you need to start considering, hey, you're Omaji, you can just start spamming out riders for a couple turns and force Sparta to answer to you. And the last of the unfortunate things is you have a lot of warriors here that are now stuck in this corner, and they really can't do much. You're going to have to build roads just to make these warriors useful and spend economy that way. That would have been a little bit better if you could afford to ride more riders instead. Again, using Omaji's natural benefit. Training more riders, excellent. Barter's going to road their riders forward and double capture. They're actually going to attempt to capture... Nope, just attempt to capture 2 of their cities. Excellent. You get a good scouts forward with the rider over there. Moving the warriors forward. I don't think you needed to put that for a giant over there, because you've got to continue roading these giants forward. And your opponent actually has more riders than you at this current moment. You just continue to spend your turns to improve your economy, train riders, and just buy yourself time. With the way your opponent's playing, you may want to consider also picking up construction for those windmills. And if you're ever in a position where you can't unsiege, you can destroy every building in a city that you can't unsiege to hurt your opponent's economy as well as their research tree, because they'll have to spend resources to build it all back up. Rider plays, gonna siege with a warrior. I don't know what that hit was for. I guess, I mean, it prevents this from happening, but you should have just used this rider instead and healed with the warrior. No! No! Siege! Siege! You don't need the vision! Siege! Stop your opponent's economy! Siege! So this rider definitely should have sieged Tafla. Even if your opponent can unsiege it, I can only guesstimate. Looks like Tafla is a level 3 city. You could have stopped... I don't see a workshop, but there might be a workshop there. Either 3 or 4 stars worth of production. And that 4 stars really does make a big difference in the long run. Or in the early game, 3 and 4 stars, especially in turn 13, still counts for a lot. You'd be basically trading the 3 stars of this rider for the 3 or 4 stars of that city when they need those stars to do what they need to do to improve their economy and build military in the now. What else are we going to be looking at? You got excellent giants are moving forward to be very aggressive. But if you were sieging the city, not only would they have to be forced to unsiege it, but now they have to deal with this giant problem. And then you can just deal with this just fine and take the city for yourself. Like, you're in an excellent position against this barter player. Ooh, that's a swordsman. You're going to go ahead and siege right over there. Okay, I see right over here. You end up sieging with that rider. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you're going to capture this village with this rider here in the back? No. You're not. Interesting. You should definitely consider this siege is not going to go through. You definitely should have tried to just capture this village. Right over here. Is it better to place a monument and you have an okay spot or wait for a better aggressive spot? It really depends on the situation. That's actually where a lot of skill about monuments comes into play. That's why I actually, when y'all are watching me do live games, I typically don't place my monuments because I have analysis paralysis when it comes to that situation. But typically, it's a lot better for you to be able to use your monument to get a double. Pretty much what Quova has done here, and they have 2 giants because of this monument play. That's typically better, but I think they would have gotten this giant here just fine at Boanla on their western city. I think they should have placed the monument here at Kaglim, as it gives them a potential construction spot for a giant. And it allows them to produce more units here, because right now this city is pop locked. The fact that this city's pop locked and they're not able to train more units, I actually think is kind of more important. But this giant is going to give them the potential to siege this western city and applies a lot of pressure. And honestly, Omaji is applying pressure on 2 corners of the map, on 2 sides of the map. So Barter's going to go ahead and unsiege, and they're going to go ahead and do a chop play in order to get their giants off with a killer monument. So a good play by the Barter. They're able to unsiege and get a giant of their own. This city is safe for now. Now they can invest a lot more resources here in the west instead of having to focus on everything here, because giants are only as good as the units that support them. And at this current moment, even though this giant has 2 units, these units are essentially dead. These units can be one-shot by anything. So I would actually consider this giant on its own is basically defenseless and is not going to be able to do much. Whereas if we turn off the replay fog, Barter has a lot of units to support this giant. And this giant's going to be a lot more powerful than the Omaji giant. So oddly enough, Omaji's not producing enough units. If they were producing a few more military everywhere to have like 4 riders at this current moment, Omaji would be in a much better position, because then all these riders would be all like, hey, yeah, we can either potentially try killing this giant, or we could just shift our attention elsewhere. You're going to get some nice vision, so So this is one thing that a lot of newer players will go is like, look, why should I use an explorer when I could just use my own units? Is because you have to invest stars on units that are going to keep dying in order to find out what's going off in the back. This is 6 stars worth of stuff versus an explorer's 2. Plus, these riders could have made a lot more aggressive plays here in the east, securing these a lot faster. This aggressive plays here in the west, securing not only this city, but this city here in the far corner, if you're able to get explorers off. And you'd be able to plan around your opponents and properly position all of your units if you had this position prior to this instance, instead of having to wait until turn 14. Yes, your economy does hurt a little bit, but it's only a little bit in the short term. Especially if you're able to rush and pick up the city. Because if you already had the city, you would have had an additional 3 stars. You definitely would have been getting a workshop over here. So 3, 4 stars of production. This is actually a pretty good city spot right here. And then maybe you would have gotten the city here as well. So that's another 4 stars you lost because you didn't explore. Same thing with this city over here. Since you've had to move very slowly here to the east, you've been having to fight for this spot. And you could have already had this position and leveled it up at least once, maybe twice. So that's another 3 to 4 stars of production that you've lost right over there. So sure, you could have lost 2 stars worth of production for doing 2 explorers, but you would have probably had an additional 8 or 12 stars worth of production at this current moment of this game, had you gone explorers and taken advantage of the Omaji riders. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and get that level 3, get those resources. Rider forward to kind of reduce the health of the giant. At this moment, hitting a giant like that isn't that big a deal. You're better off saving your units. This rider would be better off supporting this giant to prevent them, because you better believe that they're going to be making a very aggressive play. What if, instead of rushing over to hit this giant, you actually rotated this rider 1, 2, 3. Dang, you're actually 1 space away. It would have been a lot better if you could have made it to this tile right over here, though, to block off a sawmill and force them, instead of hitting your giant, having to kill this rider on this spot instead, and invest their military into the wrong units. Yep, and then you're going to road that forward. You're going to threaten the village. All right, so that's a good village play. So now they're going to go ahead and make that giant push play as necessary. And at this point, now you have 2 giants in your opponent's borders, and there's no military to support them. You're still focusing on economy. Your economy is actually okay, because I mean, unless you really want to be improving your technology, which it doesn't hurt, but after a certain point, you need to be investing your money into military. Now, you did in this turn. You got rider, but these are riders that are coming out a couple turns too slow. You currently have 5. You got 5 cities. What if you just, out of these 25 stars, invested 15 purely into military, and then the other 10 into economy? And then the next turn, you spend 15 into military, and now you have 10 riders, and then you just slowly improve your economy. Because this push that you did is fantastic, but at some point you need units. So figuring out the correct time to do the transition, which you're a little bit behind, is kind of essential at this point. So they're going to go ahead and road forward, prevent you from getting the city, and it looks like you may actually lose the contest for this city. I would probably invest this giant into fighting for the city instead, because you're not going to get their city right over here. You're going to continue to road everything forward to hurt this giant, which, I mean, it's not bad. It's not a terrible play. Okay, you're going to go ahead and get those riders. You're going to go population boost. Yep, might as well. There's another giant. So you're forcing them to get giants, but with these with moving your giant around like this, yeah, you're able to get vision. You're forcing your opponent to have to deal with this giant, but they're improving their economy at the exact same time that they're answering your unit. So this unit's actually being kind of detrimental to what you want. Because now this unit has to do something else. I bet you next turn it's going to go into this mountain. So they got this city over here, and it has walls. And so at this point, you're now trying to make aggressive plays, but you're making aggressive plays kind of in the wrong way. This is a difficult part of the game to be at. I actually think you can actually still win this, though. Especially if you just start spamming out riders every single turn. You don't need to improve your economy at this point. And yeah, so that's a good kill you got with the giant, so you can secure this city. And you're actually still at an okay spot in this game. But this giant here needs to go away. Your giant's not going to achieve what you want it to achieve. It actually... It needs to go somewhere else. It is threatening it, though, but... Alright, so you're going to go ahead and get that siege. And I bet you... Yeah, so... so we have shared fog turn off. Even though you're able to get the siege, your opponent already has a plan to deal with the siege. Because notice this catapult. This catapult's going to do, I think, 13 damage to bring your giant down to 8. And then 2 riders can finish it off. So this giant is already dead. Yeah, you're hitting the city, but you're not able to secure the siege. Because this giant's completely alone. Probably would have been better off bringing this giant back a tile to threaten Rogru, and then start supporting it with all these riders. Though, I think focusing your attack here in the west because of these city walls is no longer as necessary. You should actually be focusing all of your efforts on Tafla. Especially since you got a lot more city density here compared to your opponent here at Tafla. So you finally get the city. Let's get that workshop. That's a good workshop. Get those resources. Population growth. Actually, you probably should have considered a border growth here. Because you got a lot, you got chop potential. Well, I guess you don't have forestry. Dang. Nah, I think you made the right play. I think you made the right play going for population. You need it in the now. Super unit, it's going to go into this mountain. Oh, and now you learned they have another catapult. So there you go. You got to see their exact play. They already knew how to deal with your giant here in the west. And now you need the answer for all of these units. They got catapults. If you can actually just start spamming out more... Okay, so you're now investing into knights. You're going with free spirit. You're actually better off just spamming riders everywhere. And, well, you know, a warrior here in the city, so you made the correct unit production there. But you're better off just spamming out units and then saving the rest of the stars. Because while you're able to threaten your opponent with your military, you can then be getting the free spirit whenever it is necessary. Or if something else pops up and you need those stars for, let's say, smithery, you can then make that pivot instead. Because, yeah, swordsmen are not going to be great against catapults. Knights are great against catapults, but riders are great against catapults, too. So you're going to make very aggressive plays and try to reduce this giant down. You're going to unsiege your city all the way over here. You're going to hit that catapult. See? Notice. You don't really need the knights. Your opponent is able to hit with a lot of catapults. You got the knight's technology, but you couldn't afford a knight. And now you don't have a lot of military. And I bet you over here, you're about to slowly start being overrun. Hey, your opponent actually is playing passively too. So you get your first knight, which you should assume your opponent can see. You're going to go ahead and get that siege. You always try to make it a rule if you can. Even if you can't secure the siege, just siege to reduce your opponent's income. So this is a beautiful play. Excellent. Really well done right over here just to go ahead and continue that siege. Because this gives you a little bit of advantage against your opponent. You're on siege right over here, or at least tied, because your opponent's going to keep sieging you over here. But you're going to constantly siege Tafla and say, hey, look, you can continue to siege me, but I'm going to reduce your economy over here as well and make this part weak. And I actually think it's a lot more advantageous for you, as you're able to attack over here a lot easier than your opponent can defend over here. So they're going to go ahead and siege with the catapult, which is completely expected. And they've actually got a perfectly done defense against your knights. So you're going to go ahead and zip forward. 1 chain, 2 chain, 3 chain, 4 chain. Upgrading that knight and sieging Orklak. Actually, an excellent play. That was a really well done knight chain. But you should have used this knight back here, because now this knight has no task. This knight actually probably would have been way better to try to start sneaking his way around to get to your opponent's backline towards their capital. If you were able to get the knight to go ahead and kill this unit on Tafla, and then kill the knight, and then like bring this rider over here to siege Tafla. Well, now they have to use a resource to kill the knights and to unsiege right over here, and you can just continue to spawn more units, because you don't need more technology. You need to be spamming out units every turn. Oh, that's a beautiful kill. At this point, use the knight to secure the kill, turn into a veteran, and then move the knight, move this rider onto Tafla. Oh, that's not what ended up happening. You should have gotten the extra kill, moved this rider over to siege the city, because you know there's all these catapults here. This siege is not going to hold, but as long as you can keep spamming these riders, the game is going to be over. There's nothing your opponent can do. However, they're going to continue to be creating warriors on cities, and the key thing about warriors on a city is a knight can't one-shot them because of that defense bonus. So this knight got cut out of position, so that's a bummer. Right over there. And now the new question is how are you going to get to that back line? You need... Okay, so you actually have the answers. You can have this knight zip all the way through, and then at least kill this unit on... go all the way to this unit on Tafla and reduce its low health, and then you can kill this entire back line of catapults with this knight back here. Nope. Okay, so you end up sieging Tafla. That's a 1 chain. That's a 2 chain. 3 chain. 4 chain. 5 chain. You got... No. It doesn't matter. Kill the catapult. Excellent. Yes, you're not sieging your opponent's city, but it would be unsieged anyway. You made the right call here and killed the catapult. Get rid of their stars. Force them to waste more resources. And now your opponent has to answer all of your knights. They can't answer the knights. The only answer to knights at this moment is swordsman. Your opponent needs to be picking up smithery, or heck, even worse off, strategy, just so that way they can force your knights to be making unadvantageous trades. Their only advantage here now is the west, and that's not where their capital is. Their capital is exposed because of this knight play. Hopefully, you can continue to support your knights with proper rider support, so that way you can continue to siege their cities. It's 1, 2. Yeah, notice rights cannot perform sieges on their own. They are at the mercy of the units that support them. But you're going to continue to make these aggressive plays, and you're going to keep spawning knights. Now, you have 2 options. You can support them with cheaper units. You actually don't have enough economy to be spamming out knights every single turn. But you need to be creating units in all of your cities every single turn. Because what's better? With 34 stars, 4 knights, or 3 knights and 3 riders? The correct answer is actually 3 knights and 3 riders, as the riders can weaken units and then the knights can finish them off. As so forth. Or possibly only need 2 knights, 4 riders, and then slowly improve your economy and try to get more giants. So you're going to go ahead and get a siege. Your opponent has so many giants. You're going to use your knights to try to reduce the health of their giant. But those expanded borders are going to make the knights nearly useless. Now you're going to go with the mathematics play to create a... I'm assuming you're thinking an aggressive line, but knights or catapults don't form aggressive lines. They form a defensive line that your opponent cannot cross. Sometimes that defensive line is right where their city is, but you can't be aggressive with catapults. And at this point, you just need units. So you're going to go smithery. You're going to make swordsman. But you're letting your opponent have turns to come back. Dang. This is actually a very close game at this point. We're just going to go ahead and play without pause, just to let the game finish up. But it looks like what I'm going to assume is you end up getting overwhelmed here on the northwestern side of the map. And your opponent makes a push to capture the city, and that's where you're probably going to surrender. Or you're gonna siege their city, get their capital, and they can't unsiege. Interesting. Honestly, with the way this game currently is, I can't tell you who won. Not until I click the finish game. Because just the way this is, Barter is actually winning the push towards Omaji's capital. Like, this knight needs to be a catapult instead. Whereas Omaji is winning a lot of this here in the southern side because, well, Barter now has a knight. So I guess I'm actually going to assume that Omaji surrendered. Yep. All right, so Omaji surrendered because the Barter knight is about to chain and kill everything on the Omaji side. So the main thing is, as Omaji, you ended up playing very passively very early on in the game. You could have ended up making a lot more aggressive plays early on that would have given you the advantage that you would have wanted and needed to outplay your opponent. Thanks for sharing that game. That was actually a really interesting game. It is currently getting late. Probably gonna go ahead. We're gonna do one more, and then that's gonna be it for the night. Gonna take another sip of water. But yeah, so right over here. Yeah. Good spread of units. But, this is you needed to look one turn ahead. Don't train a rider. So that way, next turn, you could have made an explore play, potentially found your enemy, and then also gotten a workshop at your capital. And that would have been a very powerful turn for you right here. It was so much fun. Thanks for the analysis. Yeah, no, this was actually a really great game. Thanks for sharing that with us. I'm glad we actually got to see that one. That one was really good. Alrighty. I think at this point, we're going to go ahead and finish this off with a live game. We're going to give it a moment. If someone wants to step up and do a quick little challenge, I'll give a moment for someone to decide that. I'm going to drink some water while we're at it. And if no one does, we're going to play against a random opponent online. It has been 4 hours. I probably actually should call this a stopping point. I'm having too much fun though. And I don't have work tomorrow, so I actually get to enjoy. Alrighty, so at this point, I think we're gonna go ahead and just play a game against a random opponent online. We're gonna do a random match. Does anybody have a tribe they'd like me to play? I can, since we just watched Omaji, I can play Omaji to show how I would end up playing it. I'm gonna be playing it on small lakes. I prefer lakes, but I can definitely do an Omaji game. And I currently do not have the skins. This is not a month for me to be able to get skins right now. Let's see. Alrighty, so at this point, I'm either going to be playing as Barter, or I might just click Random Tribe. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and click Random Tribe, and we'll see where it goes. Oh boy. I mean, I get to see what the Random Tribe is in the little background, and we're going to be playing as the best tribe in the entire game. And we're playing as Quetzali against Gabriel Philip RJ 2002. Pretty certain I've played this person before once in the past. And this is going to be in a live game on a small lakes map. So the first and most important thing as Quetzali, you really need this defender here on the center as quickly as possible. Now, the unfortunate thing is the spacing of this village, as it's actually in the opposite direction of where I really want to be going. Do I want to bypass this village to try to find another village in a more advantageous location? Oh, it's a huge gamble that I'm probably going to regret. No, I need to capture this village. Just timing-wise. I don't know the proper plays to be making otherwise, and it would mess up my economy and the flow of the game entirely if I bypassed it. So we're going to go ahead and move. We're going to go and grab this village right over here, pass the turn. This upcoming turn, we're going to be picking up Organization, leveling up our brand new city. And we're going to do an explore play to hopefully find our opponent so we can get a workshop at our capital. We're going to go ahead and move one step over here to uncover the clouds. Organization. We're going to pick up this new city. Harvest fruit, harvest fruit. And we're going to do that explore. We are able to find our opponent. Looks like they're going to be playing as Barter. We're going to go ahead and get that fruit plate for our capital, pick up the workshop, and passing the turn. So I guess at this moment, it really depends on if our opponent is going to head towards the center of the map or if they're going to head down. Because if they're going to head down, whichever way they head, our defender can go in the opposite direction. So we're going to keep our eye on their warrior. Did they explore over here? They did. They have vision of us. All right, so they're going to head towards the center. That is going to be an unfortunate spot, but happens. This defender's going to move over here. We're going to capture this city right over here. Harvest fruit, harvest fruit. That is going to be yet another workshop. Passing the... Am I going to pass the turn? No, I'm trying to warrior. Maybe there's some ruins here in the corner, but it is not worth the turns that a unit would have to go to check for the... Come on, Gabriel, don't leave. Come back! It's not worth the time or investment to look for a ruin here in the southern corner. So some people probably would. It is not worth the risk. Interesting. So, at this moment, I'm going to go ahead and pick up riding. We're going to move our defender, move our warrior, and then we're going to train a rider. Move our warrior over and pass the turn. So this is the play that I love to call the Quetzali Spear. Okay, our opponent has a rider, and they're ready to start playing quite aggressively. Probably for this village. So I'm actually at a huge disadvantage here. Just village density-wise and all that. Can I... I can wait a turn, so I can have 18 stars over the course of 2 turns. I'd like to get level 3 in a village, so I need 13. So I can definitely get at least 1 more rider. Alrighty, so here's the part where I get to make my aggressive plays that I oh so love and desire. We're going to move our defender right over here. We're going to move this warrior over here. Move this warrior over, find another village, train a singular rider. And at this point, my opponent is going to be required to make a very defensive play. All right. Hopefully, they're actually seeing what's about to happen. So even if they train a very defensive warrior here on Orclip, I can potentially siege it. The only way to stop it is this warrior needs to actually move right over here. Just move right over here. It doesn't even have to attack my warrior, but it needs to move in front of the warrior. Else, Orclin is mine. They could also be stream sniping, and they can easily read that or hear that and go, "Oh, okay, move it over there." And no, I mean, sure, it kills their warrior, but it prevents the siege. By the way, this play did pass up this village over here, but it's not at great. All right, so the reason why is our rider gets to run over here, run all the way back. Our warrior gets to move over to... we're going to put it right over here, and then we get to siege right over here. And now our opponent is required to unsiege with 4 units to kill this. Oh, I put this rider in the wrong spot. I blocked my own rider by doing that. We're going to go ahead and pick up hunting. We're going to get our hunt, fruit, resources, hunting, harvest fruit, resources, harvest fruit. Oh wait, I don't have, oh, I wanted to double rider instead. Whoopsies. Oh well, for some reason I thought I had forestry. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and kill off my warrior. That is perfectly fine. But hey, I'm able to slowly start improving everything compared to my opponent. How close are they to... They are probably getting really close to a giant. They picked up archery. My opponent has picked up archery. Very interesting. Do I want to pre-research anything? Roads would be nice. Forestry would be nice. At this point, I don't think so. We're gonna go ahead and capture. Hunting. Harvest fruit. I'm back. Sorry it took longer than expected. That's perfectly fine, Gala. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and pick up a workshop. And at this point in time, I need to be spamming out riders. I mean, I'm actually gonna have you just run right over here. And... you're just gonna die, but that's okay. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Alrighty, economy's doing slightly better. It's a lot more expensive to be picking up a technology, though, but they can't really easily unsiege anything. Okay, so they're gonna go ahead and get an archer to try to counter my defenders. Fair enough. And my response to you is what if I just made more defenders? also would like to make roads. Forestry would be really good for me too. Okay, so they did not get an explorer over to this side, because I don't think they would have moved over to here if they did. We're going to go ahead and move our warrior over. I think it is actually time for me to pick up roads and just make some really aggressive pushes with riders for a couple turns. Or I could pick up forestry. Nah, we're going to go roads. A singular road right over here. Run it over. Bop it bop. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. We're gonna move this defender over here. We're gonna train another defender. And I think that's it. Yeah. You know what? We're going to move this rider here so it's easier to road him forward. Next turn, I can start spamming out units again. But for now, we're just going to annoy our opponent with our rider and defenders. Because sure, these archers can be quite annoying for me to deal with. But they're dealing with the wrong thing. They're not going to be able to siege this city. And what's better yet is I could take this flailing, just find and improve my... Oh, that's a veteran. Whoops. And just improve my economy and unit production. Especially if he decides to build a workshop for me. Hey, he did. That was nice of him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Cool. He built a workshop for me. That was so nice of him. Gonna train another warrior to be as aggressive as they're worried about me riding units forward. The issue is you're worried about the one thing. You should not be investing as much into flavor. Go ahead and move over here first. Road. Road. Road you all the way over here. Bop-a-bop-a-bop. Ooh, that's true. Not a great place for me to retreat to. Rush you all the way over here. Bop-a-bop-a-bop. And... I'll just put you right over here. Rush you over the way here. Bop-a-bop. And it's a siege. And at this point, we're just gonna... Rider. They can 100% siege Orklin next turn. I want to make this as annoying as possible. Now we're just going to train another defender. And we're going to go ahead and pass that turn. After one more turn of unit spam, may need to consider switching over to forestry. Yeah, so there's nothing I can do against all of these archers, as they can 100% siege Orklin. I can unsiege it, though. Well, the only way I can't unsiege it is if this warrior right here kills this 6 HP. They expanded their borders back here? If this warrior kills the 6 HP rider. That is the only way I cannot unsiege Orklin. It is possible that's what they do. That's what they did. Cool beans. I'm okay with that. I think it's just time for me to pick up forestry and then chop this forest right here. And then we're also going to chop on Flailing, get myself an additional star. And so we're going to go ahead and pick up forestry. Go ahead and pick this up right over here. Orklin, get that chopped. We're going to go ahead and lumber hot here at Wak Chew. Get those bonus stars. And need to move you over. What the heck is this? Yes, we are just going to continue to bop da bop da bop. Run you all the way back over here. Bop da bop. Run you all the way over here. Let's assume they have roads at this point. I think it's probably a lot safer for us to assume that our enemy has roads. We're going to go and train a rider and a warrior. We're going to just bring this rider forward and pass the turn. I do need to try to get myself a giant as soon as I can. We can do that at our capital. Oh, maybe I could have done a... Now that I'm looking at it, I could have made a very aggressive chop play, and I think I actually could have done a giant push at Orklin. But with the number of archers that my opponent currently has, I don't think it would have been that great. What if I try to just push for a knight? Because they've got a bunch of archers. That's a lot of archers. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and road. Harvest fruit. Do I border growth? I don't think so. Border growth is greedy. How greedy am I feeling? Yeah! I'm going to wait a turn on getting that giant, by the way. We're going to lumber hot. Resources, we're going to go ahead and do a chop. Hunt. Lumber hot. Road you forward. Bop, 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 bop. Road you back. Run you forward. Bop, 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 bop. Run you back. Road you forward. Bop, bop, bop. Rush you back. Sort of. We're going to do lumber hot and a lumber hot. Let's get that giant. Super units! So that takes care of pretty much everything I need to have taken care of. Oh, except for you. You are going on an adventure in the wrong direction. Alright, we're going to end our turn, get those heals going. Road forward. Gonna try to get a siege on Flaylin. They can absolutely siege Flaylin. I can unsiege it though, but they can 100% siege Flaylin. At least I think I can unsiege. Pretty certain I can. Oh boy, it's a veteran archer. Nice. This is a really tough choke point I'm having to deal with. What level are these cities? Level 3, level 3, level 2, sure. Go ahead and move. I still have 4 minutes. What is this? So we're gonna go ahead and road forward. Bop, 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 bop. Move you back. Road you forward. Bop, 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 bop. Oh boy. We're gonna go ahead and unsiege. That's gonna be a warrior. Rush this giant forward. And we're just gonna train riders everywhere. You know what? We're gonna go bop, 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 and then run you back. And end the turn. Alright, so our opponent is going to probably... They're either going to try to get a bunch of kills on all my units, or they're going to force down the giant. The issue is they can't really do both. And... They're switching to swordsman? I mean, it'll be tough for me to deal with swordsmen with riders, so probably not a bad play. Gonna get their giant. Ooh, they're lucky they didn't accidentally pop their warrior there. It's a decent play, but secures a kill, and that's essentially it. I can hit my giant. I think it's about time that I can start applying more pressure onto my opponent again. So there's one nice thing about them making this city level 5. It's a good thing diplomacy's not a thing. I'm sure that is not going to crush their spirits at all, whatsoever. Alright. Gotta find a way to deal with that catapult. Rush you all the way forward. Bop, 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 bop. Rush you all the way back. We're going to go ahead and secure this kill. Build a road. Secure this kill. We're going to road you forward. Bop, 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 bop. Road you back. Road you forward. Bop, 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 bop. Road you back. We're going to road you forward. Bop, 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 bop. And bring you backwards just ever so slightly. Yeah, I've got too many units. I'd love to train a rider here, but this giant is going to be making his way over to this city. There's not a lot a rider here can actually do. I actually probably am better off training a defender. Picking up climbing. Just to get over that mountain. And put a road right next to this city. I need you to answer me, not the other way around. Train a whole bunch of riders. We're going to save our veteran boost over here. There's actually no reason for us to consume it. We are going to go ahead and switch this rider over to here, and then we're going to pass the turn. So he's forced to move the catapult back. Should have actually rotated it backwards. Training a defender. Okay. Cute. I think I just killed this giant, right? Do I have any other riders that are at like 2 kills? No, I don't. Alright, well I think I'm just going to kill their giant. Ooh, or I could kill this archer and make my way into the back. Ooh, how many? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that's 10 riders, but you also need 10 full health riders to kill the giant. So what I'm probably going to do is to kind of force my opponent into a worse position and just try to... We're going to road 2 of these riders onto this mountain. One is going to hit the archer, go to this tile. The other one's going to kill the archer, and then we're going to move to this tile right back here. And I just want them just in a bad spot going, oh shoot, they can wrap around. The other reason I expanded the borders is to get all these extra tiles. If I pick up mathematics, I can get even more giants at this city. Oh man, but it's the 1, 2, 3, 4. I actually got to use both of these. So we're gonna have you go over here. Make sure you don't level up. Then we're gonna level you right there. Rush you on over. Bop, bop, bop. Hey, that's the killer monument. One I'm probably still not gonna use. Hey, one of these days I might use my monument. It's gonna be a second kill. We're gonna retreat you back, move you forward, and I think at this point, so heal, or rider. I want all those riders to go ahead and heal up. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm 1 short, but I can. Ooh. So if I go 1 monument, I can expand the borders, and then because that makes it to where they can't expand those borders anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But I also can't get a giant there immediately anyways. Alright, I think I just passed the turn right now. Doyle's? Yeah, we're just gonna go... Oh, I forgot a rider here at Flayland. Whoops. I completely forgot about that city for a moment. Another catapult. And now these catapults actually have to deal with these units back here. Okay. Kills the veteran. Sad times were had. 10. Dang, he's like 1 damage off. Well, we can absolutely break the opponent's defensive line with cloaks. Because there's no way that they're going to be able to prevent cloaks from just absolutely swarming the city of Botofro. I'm also going to do an exploration here at this western city that I finally wrapped around to. I want to be able to see what's going on here in the back. I need to know how badly my opponent is expanded over here in the other corner, or if they're about to go into the water. So that's actually what I'm going to do first for the turn, is we're going to capture this city and level it up. I'm actually going to pre-research diplomacy. And then we're going to go ahead and harvest that fruit. We're going to get that explorer. Okay. So they can, but they're not. Dang. Dang. Alright, you know what? You go to that. You go to that. You go to that. I'm gonna go ahead and retreat you. You go to that. You go to that. Run you back. You run right into that. Run you back. You run right into that. Oh man, it's just off. Hey, look at all that vision. I'm gonna avoid damage for a little bit on this giant from this catapult back here, even though it's kind of passive. We're gonna go ahead and just put you right there. And run you back. Sadly, looks like they're gonna be able to get a kill on a unit I didn't want to have get deaded to death, but yeah, that is a... I didn't know the exact maths, so the giant lives with 7 health. And the giant can absolutely road backwards to protect itself and slowly start to heal. That's okay. Yeah, so that warrior's going to go ahead and get that kill. It's a huge bummer. But, yeah, from the looks of it, I actually now have options. So I can continue the potential cloak play. If I expand the borders, I can heal this giant a little bit better. You know what? We're gonna go cloaks. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Ah ha 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 ha. So, we're gonna be spamming out cloaks at our capital for the next little while. Road you forward all the way to here. Then rider. Cloak. We're gonna go ahead, just bring you forward. Bop, 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 bop. Bring you back. And we're gonna get 1 kill. I need 1 more road right over here. And I just want all that vision. Perfect. It's a rider. It's a rider. I think that just about does it. Everything else basically needs to heal for a turn. We're gonna bring our giant back 1 more space. I know it's passive, but kind of need a turn for my units to heal up. Also do need to consider knights, just so I can get to the back. Ooh, or a more safer play is... Actually, no, sailing won't do what I want it to do. Maybe I should consider sailing just to get on the lake right over here, because this is a very powerful lake. We're going to also make a very aggressive road play. Got a lot of swordsmen I gotta deal with. I eventually got to make up my mind on how I'm going to spend my resources. This indecisiveness about my 2 monuments is going to slowly cost me. Do I just create... I can also just create a giant here at Wakachu. You know what? I actually am going to expand the borders at Wakachu. Because, I don't want them using these roads. And I want to buy myself some time. So we're going to go ahead and use our monuments at Wakachu to expand the borders. We're going to pretend I'm going to consider a customs house at this location. Either of these locations. So we're just going to monument. What level is that? 4? Goodness. You're considering going under the water over there or something? There's a lot of technology they got going on. Also need to level up these cities in the back over here. Mathematics will help with that. But I have made my decision about how I am going to pursue this game. And I gotta stick with it. Alright. So we're gonna go over here. Bop, 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 bop. Retreat you. Push you forward. Bop, bop, bop. He's dead. You're also dead. Alright, so that's a lumber hut. And we're gonna go ahead and place down a Park of Fortune here. Order growth. Harvest fruit. Gate of Power. And harvest fruit. Oh, I should have trained a rider here. Alright, super unit. Run you forward. Bop, 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 bop. Rush you forward. Bop, 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 bop. He's dead. Run him forward. Bop, bop, bop. Run you forward. That's a kill. And I want you to have hope of killing him. Road. Rush forward. Bring it all the way back. Road. Kill that. And yeah, bring it on back. You go over there. You're going to go over there. We're going to road so that way this rider can actually rush all the way over here to consider. All right, rider. Cloak. So here's how the way you do proper cloak spams. Defender. And I think that's it for my turn. So we're going to pass the turn to our opponent. We've still got a solid 4 minutes of time worth of my turns. I'm going to lose the race to these ruins, but that's okay. Alright, the catapult's finally killed that giant. That catapult goes ahead and upgrades. That was a mistake. Should not have upgraded. Can I pick up sailing? I can pick up sailing next turn. Ooh, okay. So he did an excellent job body blocking Orkland because they know I have cloaks. Just they didn't do a good enough job. So now we're going to start distracting them and start sieging down Botofro with our cloaks. Oh, please level it up. Oh, yes! Alright. So that levels it up once. Are you considering leveling it up again? Don't do it. You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. Yep, alrighty. Oh, excuse me. I've been doing this for a little too long. Alright, we're going to pick up archery. Run right over here with our cloak. Wow! And riot time! So we're going to go ahead and just continue to harass our opponent just with all of these units. You know what? We're just going to put this rider here, and we're going to say, yeah, what are you going to do about it? We're going to go ahead and claim this city. Still got 3 minutes. Hunting. Harvest fruit. Workshop. Harvest fruit. Lumberhot. Lumberhot. Resources. And Archer. Archer. Rider. Yeah, rider. Right here in the back. Oh, I should have trained another cloak. I don't know what I was thinking. I should have trained another cloak so I can continue the cloak spam. Whoops. That's a live game for you. But yeah, so now we've got all these daggers here in the back, and they've got to divert a lot of resources. Well, they're going to focus on my giant? Oh no, that's not what you want to do. I mean, you can, but I'm going to mess you up in the back. Cool. And you're about to see exactly why everyone thinks cloaks are overpowered. Even though we're currently on turn 20, and he already could have had knights, but he has every unit except knights. Schwadsman. Because cloaks actually do pretty good against Schwadsman. $310. Must have been a technology. I really do need to get on the water. More catapults. Okay. More Schwarzman. Yeah, I actually need to get on the water. I need to start making that pivot soon. Trade. Trade. Nice. So we're going to go ahead and hit that catapult. We're going to go all the way over to here. Siege. Thank you. We're going to start pelting you down. Secure this kill. Run you back. And how do I want to do this? We're going to run you forward. We're going to attack right over there where we have the boosts. We're going to go bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop. And I'm going to heal my giant up. We're going to create another cloak. We're going to bring this guy over. We're going to train an archer. We're going to go ahead and claim this city. Oh, I should have picked up sailing first. Whoops. We're going to at least pick up fishing this turn. Oh, this game's going on for too long. Fishing, fishing. Harvest fruit. Resources. Fishing. Fishing. More resources. We're going to continue to level everything up that I possibly can because it is well past due. Nothing else. Archer. Archer. Rider. Rider. Heal. I'm gonna bring this guy back, and we're gonna go ahead and boost him so he can't one-shot it with the catapult, just to force more resources out of my opponent. I'm gonna continue to focus my giant. Alright, my giant is dead, but surprise, surprise, so is theirs. Ooh. I can consider whaling. So my opponent's going to be free from my cloak spam for just a turn, just because of my lapse of memory. Oh wow, it still one-shots it anyways? Pfft. Oh well, I learned that now. But we're going to go ahead and continue to kill off their catapults. So unless they kill off all my daggers now, yeah, they're in trouble. They're going to road their Schwarzman forward. They're going to go for that siege. Let's work. Really do need sailing. We're really just going to lose the city? That is a bummer. But we can go ahead and reduce our opponent's units, so that way, even if they do capture, they're not going to get much out of it. I also have the production advantage on this map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we're actually going to be equal. Well, if I could continue to dagger spam, I'll be happy. And it looks like I might actually get that wish. Oh, they leveled it up. I shouldn't have done that, my friend. Alrighty. You're out of the city borders. You're going to go ahead and get that kill there. You're going to go ahead and get that kill there. Need you to attack there. This archer is going to go ahead and get this kill. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and kill their giants off. I'm going to throw you in right there. Have these two archers killed. Oh man, I'm getting really tired. This game's going on for too long. have enough archers in this area. I actually just need riders to... This is going to be a rider. This is going to be an archer. You're going to go over here. You're going to hit. Bop-a-bop. Bop-a-bop. And warrior. Rider forward. I said I was going to get on the water. Man, I'm a liar. Oh, road. I want you over here. Rider. So honestly, at this point, you know what? Also hit that archer. I want you to heal up. Oh, and I can kill their giant. There we go. Look at that. Do I save the last of my stars? Probably. I need more stars for next turn. I could train more units, but I actually think I'm better off saving everything. We are going to go ahead and chop these so our opponent can't. And yeah, we're going to go and pass the turn and save our stars. Our opponent's really trying to use all their swordsmen, archers, and catapults. And even without the power of knights, we're just going to continue to use cloaks to just spam my opponent's cities so they can't do anything about it. And make them feel hopeless and then complain on Reddit later that cloaks are overpowered. Yep. Alright, so they're still just trying to deal with the current cloak problem. And looks like they finally dealt with all of those daggers, but now they're going to have to deal with a new batch. Oh, connecting to server. I'm having an issue. There we go. Reconnected. So they're going to kill my unit. They're going to capture the city, and then we're going to retaliate and take everything back. That was the most anticlimactic capture. Oof. You want to try again? Yes, please. Alright, we're going to exit. Alrighty. Which one's more advantageous? To get units on the water, or... You know what, we're going to go ahead and continue to siege their land. Woohoo! That's a kill. As for this Schwarzman, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So that way we can continue to cloak spam. And we're gonna bring this archer forward ever so slightly and kill with the defender. Ooh, that's nasty. Hit the warrior. Use the rider. And then, ooh, don't misclick with that. Warrior forward. Bop-a-da-bop. And I'm actually going to body block with this rider. Just to buy that warrior one more turn. And then we're going to train an archer, so I'll be able to deal with the Schwarzman. Now, all the way over here, I would like to continue to throw units at my opponent, but there's no good way for me to do so. I think really the only way is to weaken their swordsman, so it can't deal with my daggers as easily. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do is, and this is probably the wrong call, is just throw my units in like so. I still have enough archers, so we're going to spam another rider, so that way we can throw the riders forward. I actually meant I was wanting to get sailing still. And the way we're going to achieve this sailing is we're going to build a port right over here, and follow it up with a road in order to connect all our cities to get the Grand Bazaar. There we go. Yeah. if we also clear this forest, we can't do anything. Nice. Well done. I'm so proud of me. Alright, so there's a rider, and we still can't train any units at Flallen. I can place the Grand Bazaar somewhere in order to benefit from it. Do I really want to? Probably. Actually, I want to place the Grand Bazaar probably at the Ixcarex. So we'll be doing that next turn. We're going to go ahead and end the turn right there. And actually, from the looks of it, from a quick glance, it looks like this game is approaching its end as these daggers are going to start overwhelming my opponents. They have unfortunately decided not to spam units here in the back in order to deal with these cloaks with archers and catapults alike. Whereas if they were able to get swordsmen here in the front, catapults and archers here in the back, the cloaks would be fine. And sure, I'd be having to deal with this, but if they can then just get like just one knight right over here just to sneak all the way through and then just do a knight chain just to clear everything I've got built up, that'd crush everything I've built up all the way over here, and it'd be really rough for me to recover at this moment. Knights would be really excellent at this point. I bet you my opponent is really just trying to save for the knights right now. They're going to get the cheaper defender. But we can actually siege with our archers, because I don't think I really need to worry about this Schwarzman this turn. Sure, they're kind of dealing with these cloaks, but not really. Hey, they got a veteran swordsman. That's good. They're going to get they're going to veteran up their catapult that's on their city. A little bit unnecessary, but okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we're going to do is we're going to move this rider right over here to the land, because I don't want a dagger to spawn on the land right over here. Then we're going to bring this cloak over here and hit Orkland. Hit on all those tiles. Archer. Rider, secure the kill. Bring it back. Cloak. Cloak. And actually going to be a little bit difficult. Hey, actually, we can get the siege I want. So we're going to siege with our defender. And I'm going to hit with my... How close are you to veteran? You're not. We're going to go ahead and just hit the giant, though. I'm going to continue to try to... Oh, man, but archers are probably better. You know what? Alright. Port. Border growth. Whaling. We're going to get 2 whales. Customs house. Bring this rider back. Throw this archer forward. It can't reach. What was I thinking? And yeah, so here's a defender. Here's a defender. We're gonna start getting onto that water. It's time to start securing this game. This was one heck of a tough game. It's not over yet, but my goodness, this game was really tough. Harvest fruit, all of it. Super unit, let's get that giant so we can go through the southern passage. And I'm actually going to go ahead and put you on the water this turn. And I'm actually going to go ahead and chop so I can customs house here as well. I want to start snowballing this economy out of control in case for some reason I actually does do a knight chain. I can use my stronger economy. Hey, there's the knight. But does it matter? I don't think the knight matters at this point. Knight's definitely a toughie. Take your time, Gabriel. You've been playing a fantastic game. Kills with a giant. Protect the knight. Beautiful play. We're, of course, going to be using our dagger to hit the catapult over here, and we're going to siege the city. Setting a better defensive line with their Schwartzman and all that. Another knight in order to deal with the upcoming dagger attack, which means navigation will easily counter that. We're going to go ahead and pick up that navigation. Rush this forward over here. Build a ship, because I don't have time to know if my math is correct or not. Get that siege going. Pirate. Bop-a-da-bop. Dagger. Bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop. We're going to go ahead and capture this city. It is rightfully mine. Do I have the Grand Bazaar? I do. We're going to go ahead fish. Oops. I got my math wrong. Dagger. Alright. Archer. Archer. We're going to go over here. Hit with the daggers. Heal you up. And bring you back. Bring the giant all the way over. Train an archer. And we're done with the daggers. At this point, I'm actually better off attempting to save for... What can I build here? Oh shoot, I'm losing my train of thought. So we're going to bring you all the way over here to protect you. We need to bring you back over here to protect you. We're going to bring you back over to protect you. Bring you back to protect you. So this is the Power of Knights. Train a defender. Road. Oh, I'm gonna go in and get a workshop over here. I think that's basically all I can do. I can move this rider somewhere, but where? I guess we're just gonna put this rider here and then pass the turn. So we got multiple sieges going. Unless he can do a giant perch here at Bur. That city is mine. But he's going to be able to use this knight to go ahead and do a successful chain over here to protect his city. And he's also going to be able to re-siege Orklin. However, because of this choice, he's going to be unable to unsiege La Coudre. And even though he's going to be able to do a successful knight chain here, well, he misplayed on that one. So that's probably going to be surrendered. But this was such a beautiful game. Well done, Gabriel. Very well played. My goodness. Man, what the heck of a game was. Oh. And they resigned. That was a fantastic game. That was one heck of a back and forth game. I'm at a loss of words. That game lasted a full hour. Oh. And you could tell that they were kind of heartbroken about that last little play. That Just wow. Turn on that shared fog. This one was a really... I was expecting to have time for like maybe sneaking in one more, but there's definitely not. So, excellent. My goodness. They did a fantastic job defending in everything. I think the only thing that they could have done better is how they resolved this early game. So, because they get it good, they do an explore. It doesn't show everything that they would have liked, but they at least got to see that, hey, I'm over there. They get a few bonus stars. And this is also why Quetzali is the superior tribe. Oh, so like making a aggressive play with the riders and the warrior. I like it. And then, but they allow me to set up my signature Quetzali spear. If they trained a lot more units and prepared for it, because at this point I can road forward, bop it bop it bop it bop, and that's siege. That's a lack of experience. They didn't know that a defender could siege like that, probably, or else they definitely would have considered this threat a lot more of a plausibility. This is one heck of a beautiful back and forth game that ended up being played. So sure, I ended up getting quite an early lead with this early capture, but because of the position of everything, it's really hard for me to capitalize on it. I'm gonna go ahead and level up the city, pick up those stars, and with the archery, sure, like I'll be able to buy a little extra turn with extra defenders, but archers are a beautiful counter to those defenders. And we'll just slowly kill them, just given enough time. Gets the level bonus. Probably would have considered an explorer there to get a better idea of what's going on in my territory. But nonetheless, they basically just gave me a free upgrade and a free workshop right over there. Also, since if they were able to see that I had everything over here, they would have known they needed a explorer instead, and was going to give us all that. So I gotta deal with a whole spam of archers, which riders do pretty well against, which I do have, but because of the situation of everything, I've got to let them take that village back, and we have now made a trade. So right over here, they've got a very defensive city here in the front of Orkland. My goodness, this one was... Yeah, I do make the greedy, like, I'm gonna expand over here in case I pick up math. Notice, I did not ever pick up mathematics. There's just, I felt other better tech choices. Maybe if we just spend our time nitpicking everything about this game, we can easily figure out what I could have done better. Maybe I should have picked up mathematics, because mathematics right over here with a couple of catapults on this wall would have allowed me to get a couple more units sneaking in and secure this lake. Yeah, at this point I just needed to spam out riders to deal with all of their archers, which ends up getting done, but then with the beautiful timing of their giant, makes it to where I'm having to fight for the peninsula city. Roading everything forward that I can to kill their units. Now I really can't see too much that that Gabriel could have done better. This was such a fantastic game. Because they did an excellent job holding a defensive line against such a massive rider spam. It easily could have gone south, but they timed their text perfectly well. They just needed to explore a little bit better, really. point when I decide that, okay, cloaks are going to be the way to go instead of math. Because if I went math, I could have leveled up these cities right here in the back, actually, to level 5 and gotten more giants. Which would have improved my economy. May have been a little bit more consistent. But the beautiful thing about cloaks is if you can guarantee the cloak's safety, the daggers basically are units that can get into the back line of the enemy and disrupt their entire formation. Gabriel did do an excellent job body blocking Orklin right over here to prevent the cloaks from really being truly effective. Or at least preventing everywhere they could spawn. The only issue is they ended up leveling up the city in the front to give me an extra dagger, as well as more stars. So that's what they could have done, is instead of leveling up unless they were really, I mean, they were trying to get the giants, so it's understandable, but when you level up the cities on the front, especially when you're fighting against cloaks, you're giving the opponent more daggers. Border growth. Border growth, I don't necessarily agree with you. They probably would be better off with population, try to get a giant. And really, they should have tried getting on the water over here. I think they were so invested here on the land battle. I mean, I was too. I should have gotten on the water long ago. Yep, sneaking those units in. Barter catapults doing what barter catapults do, which is preventing the opponent from sieging in while pushing in with their own little giants. And then the Quetzali cloak spam begins. Doing what they can to kill my giant off. Why could they have done differently? Because, I mean, swordsmen are a pretty decent tech choice against cloaks. Swordsmen are hard for cloaks to kill. And then, if they can get the veteran bonus, then they're just even way more difficult. And then they can just flood all the tiles that daggers can spawn in, making it near impossible for future cloaks to get to N. So it's not a terrible tech choice, but my opponent was not getting enough ranged units to pick off the daggers and make them weak enough for the swordsman to finish. Because this swordsman would have been better as an archer. Yeah, so they get trained the archer back here. And they needed the turn to move this catapult off of this city because they're losing the unit production. I think that's the other main thing that lost in the game is they were losing a single city's worth of production as this catapult is really forced to stay in this position. We had our little exchange over here in the northwestern side of the map. And right over here, they're now starting to see that, okay, I've got another cloak there, and trying to get ready for that cloak. If they could have gotten this giant onto the corner a little bit sooner, that would have worked off a lot better at protecting against it, but instead, I'm able to get another mass of daggers. Meanwhile, I'm able to use the archers, and I have all the archers that I need. As long as I can keep my archers alive, then that's more than enough to deal with everything the enemy can throw at me. Try to weaken that swordsman. Finally pick up sailing, so that way I can also get the Grand Bazaar. Another thing to consider is when cloaks riot a city, they give the player stars equal to that city's star production. So you don't want high production cities on your front if you can avoid it. But I don't think it was really avoidable in this scenario. One thing that could have been done though is trying to get a giant here at Lakurgu in order to get that catapult off. And then at this point, this is when I pick up navigation, starting sieging multiple cities. And finally, putting the final nail into the coffin of this game. This one was so well played. It was so back and forth, especially at the beginning. Man, that was beautiful. Alrighty, also, who's ready for to respond to the daggers or cloaks and daggers need a nerf? Actually, so in response to a potential post that's about to happen about cloaks and daggers, so notice, I mean, I try to avoid using cloaks and daggers because they're generally weak. But in this instance, I saw an opening. I expanded the borders, and that gave my cloak an opportunity of safety. Now, if my opponent had riders, and they were spamming out riders at this moment, where A, they finish off this giant, and then they try to keep rushing their units forward, then these cloaks would be actually pretty bad in this situation. But because they have all these passive units that are staying in the back and trying to hold a defensive line, these cloaks can easily sneak in very safely. Because you can tell that my opponent, especially around this turn right over here, they're trying to get their swordsmen forward. But swordsmen are too slow. You need faster units, specifically riders. Riders are overpowered for everything, yet oddly enough, they're not the, you know, they can't outpower everything in the game. But in this case, my opponent probably needed to, because they had the technology way early on, they probably needed to be spamming a couple of riders here in the back cities, so that way when I was finally starting to creating these cloaks, especially a little bit earlier on, because riders get 2 chances to look for cloaks. So, in this instance, back over here, where this swordsman kills this archer, what if, let's just do hypothetical. What if it was a rider that was able to ride all the way forward, kill the archer, and then you have 3 attempts in order to figure out where this dagger is. Even though it's a dead giveaway, daggers move 2 spaces. It's got to be right here. But if you were uncertain, well, you have options. You move this archer forward to this spot. Okay, well, the cloak's not in that spot, so the archer is able to take the rest of its turn. But if the archer doesn't have this icon saying I detect something, so if the archer does not have it, the cloak is here. If the archer also detects it, the cloak is right here. So you're kind of playing a game of Minesweeper when it comes to cloaks, which riders with the kill and then the second move could find the cloak and prevent it from sieging cities, because cloaks must be invisible in order to siege a city. So really your best bet against cloaks is rider spam. Your best bet against a lot of things in Polytopia is rider spam. I think riders need a nerf, but because of the way that Polytopia is set up, it is impossible to do so. Anywho, that was it for me for tonight. I do plan on streaming tomorrow. It's going to be in about... I'm going to be a little generous. I'm going to give myself some time to rest. I'm going to say 9 hours from now. And we're going to be doing some more Polytopia. This is more so for the European community. Yeah, we're going to... Yeah, that was... Man. I'm kind of on the high from that game. That was a really beautiful game. Thanks for the knowledge, Toby. Absolutely. That's why we're doing these streams. If you ever have any questions or you want me to do a replay analysis, definitely leave those. I have a Discord link in the description of this of the live stream. You can leave replays in the replay submission, and I'll take a look at them and try to give suggestions specifically tailored to your games and try to help improve your gameplay, because I definitely did not start playing like this when I started playing. This is a whole bunch of trial and error, and It was, heck, there was this spot way back over here. Nah, that's too far back. Where I created a veteran rider and I put it on a mountain thinking that a catapult could not one-shot it. So this spot, this turn right here, where I put the this rider onto this mountain tile right over here, and then I made it a veteran thinking that this catapult cannot one-shot it. I was wrong. The catapult made it dead. Very dead. And this is a dead rider. Yeah, it was going to be dead anyways. I probably should just prioritize moving a different unit there. But yeah, so that's just a whole bunch of trial and error, and then eventually everyone will be at this point. Hope you all learned something. I hope you all enjoyed everything that you guys saw. If you have any feedback, please leave it. I try to listen to everything that everyone leaves me, because I want to make this as enjoyable for everybody and knowledgeable. I will also be trying to get more music choices, but that is a thing for future Tolby to figure out, as I did add the Venger for the combat, but I'm gonna have to find some more music to use to make sure that it's not just the same one track that's looping. I want it to be more interesting. But I also got to be careful about copyright. So there we go. This was an hour-long live game that, yeah, they put up a beautiful defense. I hope I get to play against somebody new in the future, and I'll see y'all in the next stream, or heck, in the next video. Bye. I'm actually just now shutting the stream down. I've been streaming for over 5 hours. I just finished a fantastic game, and I'm probably gonna specifically cut those games out, because those were fantastic games. Was this one of the really good ones? Amazing Plateau? This one was a good game. I mean, this one was okay. They could have done better. I might still save. I'm gonna go ahead and still save that one for the barter video. And which one was this one? Oh, right. That's the one where they went the opposite direction. Nope. But yeah, this is the one that they quit very early because I made an aggressive play and they didn't like that. Okay, cool. Yeah, so out of all my games, it was pretty much just this game that was fantastic. Alright, share your replays and I'll see you on the next stream. Have a good night, everybody.